Welcome, welcome, welcome. Long time no see. Goodness. Oh, we have Alice. Horsey.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Where's Kaylee?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Here, let me message her.
Hold on. Somebody wants to say hello to everyone. Say it.
Hi, little man. How are you?
Hello.
He's getting a bath.
He's taking a bubble bath.
That
Yeah,
sounds
he's
so
finally
good,
at that
baby.
age where I just got to keep the door open and listen.
Little rubber ducky, you're the one.
Oh my God, that was my favorite song as a child. Oh my God.
Oh, how funny. Exposing's here too. Yay.
And Kyanana
Awesomeness.
and Edie Ruth.
Edie's here.
Yeah.
Stacy sends her love.
Aw. I'm happy she could make it. They've got to be tired getting up that early in the morning to go work. I messaged Kaylee and told her, get her butt over here now. Mommy said so.
I was just discussing vengeance on Steve.
Adventures with Steve?
No, vengeance.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because him and Kai and me and Edie Ruth usually chat a couple times a week. And all three of us ladies are sick, and he is frolicking in the surf and sand right now.
Lucky.
And I just feel that somehow that's not right.
Yeah, he might have to go in timeout.
I'm thinking, gotta be something. Make him feel guilty, something.
Naughty.
I hate colds. I'd rather have a broken bone than a cold.
Well, Exposing, we'll try to keep you awake. Do you want to play bingo?
It's easier to stay awake than it is for it to, or it's easier to stay warm than it is to cool off.
This is true.
Yeah, you can put more clothes on. Sometimes you can't get enough off.
I mean, once you get naked, you're
Quick
naked,
enough,
right?
huh?
Naked is naked. You can't put your skin off.
Well, Alice can vouch for this. So in Vegas, it can get really hot there sometimes. And when I lived there, I'll never forget. I'm driving home from downtown, and I'm like, man, it says I have a half a tank of gas, but it says it's only 128 miles till empty. Needless to say, it was 128 degrees outside.
And you ran out of gas.
Nope. I had a half a tank of gas, but I thought that 128 was my mileage. It was actually the temperature outside.
Oh
my
God.
dumb ass rolled down the window, and it was literally like a blow dryer.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
And that's a mild summer. This
And if you
summer,
smoke, ooh,
we
that
got
heat-
we got maybe 125 as our hottest this year. Yes, that is hot, but that's mild.
yeah,
We're
it gets
usually
really,
hotter.
really hot.
Oh my God. I don't know how you can do it. There's just no way.
But it's a dry heat. So, but when it gets that hot, it is kind of like, it's like sweltering.
Excuse me.
But like 100 degrees there is like 80 degrees in the Midwest.
And
That's what-
we're also a wet desert.
Yeah, I've heard people say that before. You know, it's a dry heat, but hot is hot. I mean, that's hot.
Yes, hot is hot, but at least the AC will work. When it's humid, ACs don't work. It's the fans that you gotta have.
Yep. A water cooler will not work in Savannah, Georgia.
Oh my God.
You don't want to drive through there when it's hot either. Ooh, that's a rough place
Better
too.
women than me. I cannot handle that heat.
When I had my own place still and everything, what I would always do, and it actually didn't affect my power bill so much. I actually had quite a low one. But I'm frugal I was always frugal with my energy. But what I do is I freeze out the house really cold at night and then put it at a normal temperature for during the day. And because I didn't like to leave the doors open and all that, it stayed relatively really cool inside all day.
Mm-hmm. Kaylee says she's stuffing her face.
Yeah, I bet that's what she calls it now.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't help it. I was talking about them artichokes and I was like, man, I still got like 2 left that I had made earlier, like 2 days ago. And so I had to make it. I had to make it.
Do you steam them or boil them?
I steam them.
Oh,
actually,
yeah,
these ones I normally do
butter.
steam them. These ones I actually put in the pressure cooker, which next time I won't cook them as long because the hearts were too soft and they were just mush. They didn't have any like they weren't al dente. We'll say that. They were like mush.
Hey, Mayor.
But he likes vegetables. Right now I'm trying to figure out what the heck I did with this dang toothbrush because I don't leave it in the bathroom and I think he found it and now I can't find it.
Retro.
Well, he's got more that I gotta find.
Hi, Marzi.
Hi, Tainted.
What are you doing?
Laying in bed being miserable. But other than that, I'm happy to be here.
Are you feeling any better?
No, I think it started yesterday. I totally missed your show. And because I was just so wiped out. And then tonight, I remember logging into Salty's, but I think I fell asleep. I don't really remember much of his show. And then I must have just been coming up out of it when I got the message from Alice that you were coming on. So I was like, oh, okay, let me go on. Let me see what she's doing.
Well,
yeah,
one
I
of
did
the
a mad share.
and I appreciate it. One of the reasons I wanted to come on is the Idaho 4 we didn't really discuss in Salty's channel, but it's something I've kept track of. And I actually did a reading and I put it on my other channel. And it was from December 3rd. I had posted on my Facebook that I really wanted to post it, but I was kind of like scared because it was like one of the first ones that I had like wanted to put out there before any news was released.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did. I just posted it a few days ago, maybe last week. And it was done from December 3rd. And when they said that this gentleman was arrested, he was a younger guy, and he went to the next college, which is 15 minutes up the road.
Right.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to go back and review my own video now. You know what I mean?
So did you?
No, I haven't yet. I went and ate because I had just got the news this afternoon that he was arrested, and then I got the message that Salty was going to be on and stuff like that. So I was, trying to get done with work and do my domesticated stuff and then jump on.
I heard that they arrested him in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Yep.
He
was trying to make a mad escape.
2 hours away from me.
Oof.
Yeah.
I wonder if he was going to be out on a mission to do it again. I think it was something personal, in my opinion, though.
Maybe one of the girls turned him down.
That's what was in my reading.
Well, wasn't there something about a research thing he was doing?
I don't know. Actually, I had pulled up all the pages on it and I was going to review it because it was very interesting to me.
Queen Bee had that on.
Oh, Queen Bee had it on?
Yeah, well, I was feeling a little better this morning, and I was listening to to Queen Bee's live today, and they were talking about a like a research project he was doing, and it was, let me see if I get this right now. The focus of it was like if you had committed a crime.
Oh,
And it
right.
didn't necessarily say what type of crime, but if you had committed a crime, like what were you feeling prior? What were you feeling during, and what were you feeling after you committed the crime? So
Pissed off, and killing and pissed off.
it was definitely a psychological type, and I don't know if it was a real study or not. This was just some of what I heard on Queen Bee, so I have to go back and actually re-listen.
Yeah, but I think that's supposed to be hypothetical, not literal.
Right,
Yeah,
but I just thought that was weird. It was like,
it's all in things. So you're always going to have that one exception.
oh, Needy Ruth, did anybody hear that the suspect's sister lives in the same neighborhood? Yes, I heard that on Queen Bee's also.
Mm-hmm.
Now, listen, I'm going to put this disclaimer out there. Queen Bee works very, very hard to make sure that the information she lets out is on the mark. And if it's not, she'll say something like, we need to vet this. This is what we're hearing. We don't know this for sure. So anything I'm saying that I heard on Queen Bee, take with a grain of salt right now, because I am sick. But like I said, I'm pretty sure I'd heard both of those things on Queen Bee's earlier. I'm going to go back and re-listen. I just don't want to get her in any trouble.
I thought you were going to say it can be held against you in the court of law.
Yeah. But I did hear that. I heard that his sister lives in very close proximity to the victims, and it's his white Hyundai that they were looking for, and it had Pennsylvania plates. I heard that. I am very interested in knowing what his motive was. And I'm not saying that it wasn't that one of the girls turned him down, but if that's his motive, then why did he go after the other three people?
Because they were there.
Right, like I could, two of the girls were in the same room, right?
Probably showed up and they humiliated them.
It seemed to me, I don't know, I paid attention to it, but I could be wrong, but I thought like the one couple, guy and girl, were in bed together, and then I think weren't the other two girls in bed together?
I thought they were in like the living room.
Oh, see, I'm probably wrong.
I don't know though.
I mean, if the one girl he was going after was sleeping next to another girl, I could make sense of him taking both of their lives. But then why would he purposefully go and look for that couple?
Maybe it was the girl that had the boyfriend.
Oh,
and
maybe.
The other two heard it happen.
Alice, I'm not laughing at you, sweetie. I'm sorry, but Tainted kicked herself out. I wondered where she went. I was like, oh, maybe she's doing something behind the scenes.
Did she?
Yeah, she's in the chat. Or he disturbed the other victims and he stabbed them. That's possible, Edie. That is possible. Oh my God. Everybody needs a Tainted in their life. She is so much fun, I swear.
Yes, she is.
How lucky are we? Well. Well, I'll tell you, the whole thing is just so horrible. My heart, I just felt so badly for the families. I mean, being a parent who's lost a child, they're in my mind, there is truly nothing worse. But really, what is worse is somebody taking your child's life. I mean, my child's life ended because of an accident, a car accident. But to know that your child is no longer there with you, and because of such a horrific act, I just felt unbelievably horrible for the families. And I'm hoping that even just this little bit of knowledge that the person allegedly responsible for those horrific acts is behind bars gives them just even a teeny bit of peace, just a little bit of relief. I really pray that for them. Do we have to seatbelt you in, Tainted?
I know, right? I had way too much artichoke. Drunk on artichoke.
So after you steam them, do you dip them in butter?
Yes, and I eat them with butter, olive oil, and mayonnaise. Trying to clog my arteries, I know.
Hey, that's the American way.
So my ding-dong self went to click over to the pages I had pulled up about this incident and accidentally closed StreamYard. And I was like, oh, I hope they're still in there. And so I logged into YouTube on my phone and I was like, I'm still here, but I'm not here.
When we're chatting away.
I'm like, oh my God, they're going to be like,
I've gone to look for myself. If I should return before I get back, please ask myself to wait.
I noticed you left, but I just figured out maybe she's behind the scenes doing something, getting bingo ready or something.
It's the box for the Christmas tree, honey. It's the box for your Christmas tree.
Hey, Raven. Good to see you.
Hi, Raven. I'm taking it down.
So does anybody have any news on when he's going to be extradited to Idaho?
Not yet.
Okay.
So I'm going to share this screen real quick.
I would just like to announce that I was the first person to click on the thumbs up.
Aw,
it said 0 and I clicked and it said 1. So
what's funny is it said 0 when I clicked and it said 1.
You
guys timed in at the same time.
Steal my thunder, girl. Just go ahead.
But I shared her.
Thank you all. Okay, I'm going to share this page.
Oh, I didn't.
Well, hold on one second. I'll be right back. Just 1 second.
All right, you win. Oh, so I'm guessing Santa was very, very good to our little man.
Yep.
Great.
He even has a couple more that Santa was late getting here. That'll be here in a day or two.
Cool.
Yeah.
I would have.
I didn't realize he wanted all the rainbow friends, so I had to get him.
I do. Again, I thank you for that beautiful card you sent. That lovely message. I would have loved to have watched him open his gifts. I was probably on at the same time with my granddaughter.
Yeah,
and now
he woke up at like 6 a.m. He forgot all about it until I was like, gee, I wonder if Santa's been here. And his eyes got all big. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. My daughter usually holds the phone. We do this every Christmas. And my daughter called me on Facebook and puts her on video. And my daughter will usually hold the phone and she's kind of chasing her around the room while she's opening a gift. And then she gets up and runs back and gets another one. So my granddaughter actually took the phone this year and she's like, Mom, I'm going to find the perfect spot. And she put the phone where she felt was the perfect spot. And then she took her time getting her gifts one at a time. And she would sit down. Okay, can you see me? Yes, I can see you. Go ahead. It was just like, wow, look at how much she's matured. Because I always say to her, let me see.
The ones I took of him when he wasn't in like the bed and whatnot after I got it all put together. I took pictures of him, posted on YouTube, but the other ones I took pictures of and posted it on Facebook, and I believe I sent to some of them in some of my messengers.
I think you did, yes. It's nothing like a holiday through the eyes of a child.
I'm a mess. I'm a mess.
Oh, please. I wish I looked that good on a good day.
They need to make smaller earmuffs.
She said earmuffs.
Headphones?
Yeah. This is BS, man. I look like Pippi Longstockings trying to cover them up.
Hey, I like Pippi Longstockings. Go to the dollar store. They have the cat ears that blink.
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell me that. I'll do that.
Oh, they are so cute. I've been thinking about getting them.
Are they earphones?
Yeah.
Do they have like a small little audio jack?
Yeah.
And they got cute little cat ears that sit at the top of your head. And
I'm going to do that.
Let me know if they have them. If they don't, I'll come see if they have them here, and I'll send you one.
And they're at the where?
The 99-cent store.
Okay, the little green one?
At Five Below.
The one with the 99 cents only. That's never 99 cents.
Not anymore.
I think it's false
now it's $1.40. That's what I said. It's false advertising.
Just 99 cents.
Jeez. Yeah, I would so wear those. I'll have those on for New Year's. Little blinky lights. Okay. So I'm going to share this with you guys.
3 days before extradition. Edie says, I think I'm number 4. Am I right, Edie? I probably missed it.
So this is from Fox News Channel.
Oh, okay.
And it's asking who this guy is. So his name is Brian Christopher, and I have no idea how to pronounce that name. It looks like Koberger. Okay.
Yeah, it's Koberger.
So he was just arrested this morning. So he was arrested this morning for all four of those people, all 4 of those students. And it said that he went to Washington State University. And the farther we read down, it states it's only like 15 minutes away from where the girls' house was, which is crazy to me. And it said it appeared that he was hiding in his parents' home in eastern Pennsylvania. He's a PhD student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at WSU. So he knew what he was doing. That's probably why they, remember how they were saying like there was no blood and stuff anywhere? Yeah. So he knew what he was doing. He knew how to cover his tracks.
Not very well if they figured it out.
They found the car.
Right. It was his car.
Yep. They found his car.
Oh, so that was his car that they were looking for?
Yeah.
Yep. Sure was. It says the College of Pullman, Washington is about 8 miles from the King Road home.
Wow.
Where Kaylee, Madison, Ethan, and Xana were stabbed.
Wow.
So on that little video footage, like not Ring camera, but there was like another type of camera. They saw that car go by during that time frame. And that's how they found it. They figured out who it was. Well, not necessarily who it was, but I'm sure that they ran all the plates, or possibly someone that he went to school with was like, oh, so-and-so has this car. You know what I mean?
And they found trace evidence.
Yep.
And I forgot that he was a criminal justice student. I remember hearing that on Queen Bees also.
That's crazy to me.
Scary.
So in my reading, because I don't want my channel to be like true crime like Salties is, but I want to be able to verify like my tarot part of it. And so I'm going to post my tarot reading on the stream so you can see what I said and how close is it to this. Now, I can't wait for him of giving his reason why or what his relationship is to these kids, but I'm very, very curious.
Yeah.
Because in my reading, it said that he was a younger gentleman. It said that he was actually proud of the damages he did. Oh. Wait till you see it. It's a crazy reading. And I remember telling Kaylee, I was like, I think I said it in chat. I was like, man, I really should post my video that I did. And I was like, just really nervous about it just because it's a sensitive subject for a lot of people. And, yeah, I guess it's just a validation thing.
Yeah, no, I'd be so interested to see that.
So it was the white Hyundai, is that how you say it? Hyundai Elantra?
Yeah.
Was removed from the home, two law enforcement sources told NBC. And while they were looking for between the 2011 and 2013 Hyundai Elantra spotted near King Road home during the time of those murders. I guess they said that they sifted through 22,000 registered cars that matched that search criteria. There's 22,000 Hyundai Elantras running around right now that are actually registered.
Yeah, apparently. And I thought they had said that they found his DNA at the scene, or one of their DNAs at his something like. There was a DNA hookup also.
Well, look at his picture. He looks proud.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't look scared. I'd have been bawling, tears in my eyes, like I ain't slept for 6 months.
And that's a special
kind of crazy.
That he's wearing.
That's a special kind of crazy to me.
But I mean, that outfit that that covering that he has on him, that's one of the not wanting to be here kind of outfits.
Oh yeah. So I had to read about that because I wasn't sure exactly what it was. The safety coats, it's so that they don't have anything like shoelaces or anything they can hurt themselves with.
Right.
I was like, they make stuff like that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They've been in the prison system for a very long time. And I know that people who are arrested who vocalize, that's how they're feeling, definitely get them. But I don't know if this is just a precaution with him, or maybe he actually said. I feel like it's more a precaution. Like they dressed him in that just in case, because that picture doesn't make me feel like he's thinking my life is over,
I don't think maybe it's hit him yet. That's how that they caught him. He thought he was so careful and because he left no evidence and no blood, and they caught him on a fucking camera view that was caught just him driving by.
But even look at his posture. Like this picture you're looking at now as compared to his mugshot. I mean, he's standing in the mugshot. He's completely upright. His posture is rigid. He's not feeling any of this.
Mm-mm. And again, he has that proud look.
Yep. I mean, somebody who even has an inkling that they're guilty will slouch even slightly. And he's not.
Okay, so I read that part. Oh, there's the bigger picture.
Yeah. See, I mean, he's just like, it's all good.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
That is a special kind of crazy. Dear Lord.
It is. That's 4 people. That's 4 human beings. It's not like that was an accident. That's not like he was angry at his girlfriend, kind of.
Right.
Or that he slipped and dropped the knife.
It says it appears that he had worked in the Pleasant Valley School District as a casual security officer.
Oh, Lord.
Up until August of 2021.
His 2 sisters, including one that works as marriage and family therapist in New Jersey. Oh, boy.
So there's a therapist in the family too?
Yep.
Weren't you saying earlier that they said that they weren't surprised? Someone said earlier that they weren't surprised that he had done that.
Oh, not me. So then apparently there must be some history of some mental health issues with him.
Or he had a breaking point.
Says he graduated from DeSales University in Allentown with a bachelor's degree, 2020 of Master's Arts in Criminal Justice in 2022.
And that's a half an hour away from where I used to live. Wow.
So he originally is from the East Coast.
Yes.
And so he just recently went to Washington.
Yeah, because he graduated with a Master of Arts in Criminal Justice in 2022.
So maybe he saw you know how the kids see TikTok and stuff, right? So maybe he came across them through like one of those like TikTok things or whatever, their social media, and decided to go out there and had maybe been stalking this whole time.
Somebody in chat had said that there was something being said, you know, out there in the land of the social world about him watching one of the girls on Instagram, but of course we don't know how true that is because, you know, there's lots of stuff being said about him right now. Who was that? I'm trying to find out. Oh, Mayor said, I heard he had one of the girls on Instagram. Not sure as many stories are going around.
So the reading I did, the first energy I got was actually on Kaylee. So I want to see if that's who he had on the Instagram. I believe it's Kaylee, but I'm going to play it. Plus it's my own content, so I don't think I can get striked for my own content. I would have to strike myself, right?
I would think, yeah.
Okay.
It's your own information, so I don't see there's a problem with it. Kaylee, did you see the stuff he posted on 4chan and Reddit? See, and I'm not trying to give those two social media outlets a bad name. I just have not been hearing good things about I've never been on 4chan. Reddit I've gone to a couple of times, but I'm just not hearing good things about either of those places anymore.
I've only heard of Reddit. What's the other one?
4chan.
I've never heard of that. It says DeSales University issued a statement in response to Koberger's arrest. As a Catholic Salesian community, we are devastated by this senseless tragedy. The statement says our thoughts and prayers are with the victims' families during this difficult time. The police executed the search warrant Friday morning on his Pullman, Washington apartment and office. They're both located on campus, according to the statement from WSU. On behalf of WSU Pullman community, I want to offer my sincere thanks to all of law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly to solve this crime, said Elizabeth Chilton, Chancellor of the WSU Pullman campus and WSU Provost. The horrific acts has shaken everyone in the Palouse region. I don't know if I'm saying that correct, so forgive me. Oh, goodness. It makes my heart sink. This is like that heavy feeling. Remember yesterday when we were talking and I was like, oh, I have a really heavy feeling. It's that heavy feeling.
Yep.
I need the incense. I'm going to send like a giant box of it to expose.
Now, Raven said this, and I've heard this a couple of times too, where people are thinking that he had help. What's the general thought process going on here, folks? For some reason, I'm not getting that feeling, but that's just me.
Oh, we lost Alice.
Uh-oh. I'm telling you, we need seatbelts up here.
I can't believe I haven't ever even booted myself out on someone else's. And I did it on my own.
That was too funny.
I was like, where did everybody go? She's back.
Yeah, I kicked myself out. But did you get that message I just sent you in Messenger?
No, let me look.
It was a post I just found that somebody had posted. And they believe, allegedly, he had made that post. It wasn't on Facebook, but somebody else had found it on another website.
Well, Kaylee was saying he was saying something on. Where I'm going to find you again, Kaylee. Hang on.
Okay. Listen carefully. I'm going to show this. I'm going to go into my messenger and I'm going to show this post that she just sent me. Yeah, I am, because it's the only way I think I'm going to be able to access it. This was written in December. Originally, I think it says December 12th. Monday, December 12th, 2022. Nobody else would have known that. Alice, what you just sent me.
Yep, and it was just reshared today. It was on Facebook. I just found it. Let me show you what the original person posted about it.
We need to put a trigger. I need to put a trigger warning on this.
So it must have been either on 4chan or Reddit, because Kaylee said it's scary how you can get on a public forum and talk that openly about something so outrageous and it goes unnoticed. So maybe that's where this came from.
I edited the stream, so anyone that sees it knows that it's going to be a trigger. And thank you. Remind me to post that when we're done looking at this, okay, Alice?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oof. That's gruesome. Oh. Okay, before Alice sent this link to me, what did I say my reading? Who did I say my reading was about?
Kaylee.
How many of us are paying attention?
Kaylee.
Alice, who's this post about?
I gotta look at it again. I think Kaylee, isn't it?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Kaylee.
It is.
Yep, it is.
Yep. Okay. Moving right along. I got to get out of my mode. The instance isn't working fast enough. Okay. Hey, Kaylee's here.
Now, what you're going to show is something he wrote?
Something he wrote,
Allegedly.
yes.
Allegedly.
I don't think anybody else would have known that back in December. And it was Monday, December 12th. And I did my reading on December 3rd.
And if you read the second thing I sent you, it gives a little more detail about the info that I just sent you.
Oh my goodness, there's more to this?
Hey,
The first
Kaylee.
picture made me sick. What are you trying to do to me?
Is it the stuff I was talking about on 4chan and Reddit? Because if so, I understand the hesitation. It's very dark.
Hold on a second. I'll send it to you too.
Kaylee,
No,
how
no,
was-
no, no.
how
Okay,
was
okay,
supper?
okay.
I don't.
Well, no, I have
Kaylee's
some.
sensitive. Kaylee's sensitive.
Well, yeah, the one I have is like almost like him bragging about it.
Yeah. Does it give details?
Well, yeah.
Oh, so
boy.
you've read it already?
Yeah.
About the ceiling fan?
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I just find it a little strange why like that's how is that a coincidence when everybody knows anything about it that Kaylee was definitely like it was way more brutal for her than the other three.
Now, was she the one that had the boyfriend or one of the other two girls?
The other two.
So maybe she was the intended target.
That's what I think for sure, because she was also one of the ones that he was following on social media. The other one was Maddie, and I think that's the one she was in the bed with sleeping. They were best friends.
This is going to drive me to drink.
And listen, I found some other thing that I know for a fact is him because it's got his name on it, and it was like some kind of research project. It's red flags were
The
they were
survey?
there.
Is it the survey he sent out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Then I did hear that right.
I know the whole world can see my screen right now. Don't mind me.
And apparently his sister is like a therapist or psychiatrist of some sort.
How do I get to my own stuff? Maybe we'll just skip the monkey business. Okay. This was the Idaho 4.
Mm-hmm.
The reading was done on December 3rd.
Dang, it's already been that long? When did it happen?
Are you able to hear it?
No.
No.
Your music, but not.
Can you hear it now?
No. Your
No.
music we can hear.
Okay, I'll turn down the music.
What does that say at the bottom in blue? What does that say?
Stop sharing.
Bottom of the deck,
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
we had the Emperor. He is proud.
Can you hear it now?
He's a proud man.
Not really.
No.
And so
Okay, I'll turn it up.
her energy is truth.
Okay,
Keep
it's
going.
playing, but it's real like low.
Leaves spawning.
I would go all the way up, and if it's too loud for anybody, let them turn theirs down.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm deaf.
And
My ears are clogged.
Ditto.
start off with the energy.
All right, my ears are really clogged because I'm still not hearing anything.
And that is the Ace of Swords. If you look at this Ace of Swords, the sword is being held tight and firmly.
That is her.
Yes.
It pierces through the crown. And at the bottom of the deck, we had the Emperor. He is proud. He is a proud man. And so her energy is truth. And there's these little leaves falling. Like this reading is for the Idaho 4.
Okay. Ah!
Very proud. And
Okay, can you guys still hear it?
energy of Kaylee.
Hello?
No,
No.
not really.
And that
Okay, no, could you hear it before?
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. I just don't have my headphones on, so I can't hear you guys, okay?
Okay.
If you look at this Ace of Swords, the sword is being held tight and firmly as it pierces through the crown. bottom of the deck, we had the Emperor. He is proud. He's a proud man. And so her energy is truth. And there's these little leaves falling. Like it's piercing through the crown and it's bleeding. It's bleeding leaves. The leaf is sad. It's drooped. And the storm clouds surround the knife of anger and frustration. But he sits on his throne proud. Very proud. So we're going to put these aside. And we will come back to these. So our first energy card is the Nine of Wands. So the Nine of Wands is, these are passionate relationships. And he has his relationship that he's holding on to. And there's these other relationships that are in the background. These passionate experiences. Could it be the Emperor? Could it be the Emperor who has these passionate thoughts maybe? But this person has chosen theirs. They know what they want. They're leaving the rest behind. And could that have made them angry? Could that have made them angry? This is taking your passions, the one you choose, and leaving the rest behind. The next one is the Two of Wands. With the Two of Wands, this person has made their choice. They're holding the globe in their hand. They're holding the whole earth. They have everything going for them, and they've chosen. They're chosen their one, and they left someone behind. And I believe that upset them. And I believe that it's this Emperor who feels left behind in this situation, which made him angry. Because this person chose, they made their decision. And now they're looking out and they're like, this is what I'm going to do with my life. So this is two cards that have said they have made their choice and they're leaving these passions behind. The next one here is the Knight of Wands. So this is a young, fiery energy. It's coming in. And he's coming in hot. And he wants to tell this person, hey, I want you. But they've already chosen. They have their hand on their staff. They have already chosen. He was like, wait, no, pick me.
Is anybody else weirded out yet? Just asking.
Oh, yeah. Goosebumps.
Kaylee, are you still breathing?
I just said that I was getting the chills. This is really, really something.
I'm like still trying to get the date. Like how the heck would
and I can show you. Hold on, watch. I'll show you the day that I recorded it on my phone. Where's my photos? Videos. Hold on, let me turn on my camera so you guys.
Like, how would you know that he was going to be so proud of himself that he's boasting about it? Like,
okay, so I'm going to albums. I'm going to videos. So here's videos. And the information on that video is, okay, let's see. There it is, the I. Sorry, I thought it was December 3rd. It's December 4th, 2022 at 10:44 p.m. Wait, can you see it? Hold on. Let's see if I can get it to focus. Can you see the date?
What time did you say?
It says December 4th, 2022 at 10:48 p.m. and it was on a Sunday, and it's at the top. It's at the very top right here.
I see it.
Wow.
Okay. Let me take this back off big screen because I don't like it.
So 8 days before he made that post.
Mm-hmm.
That's, and almost like the timing is almost like, I think he did it. I don't know what the time would be there, but it says like 12:58 on. So I don't know if that would have been like first thing on in the morning, like midnight or noon, because I don't know how to read in military time. But still, like that's still 8 whole days before it happened, or before he did that.
I think I even posted that video on I might have posted it on my Facebook, but do you guys want me to continue?
Did somebody like request a reading, or you just felt compelled, or just?
I just felt compelled to do it.
And you did it on all of them, or did you just do it on Kaylee?
Her energy was the one that I got.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Do you remember me saying it? I'm like, I really want to post the video I made.
Yeah, and you're like, but you said you were like waiting to see because you didn't want to be like the
like, you know,
tragedy
how, like,
pimps.
yeah, exactly. I wanted to see what he looked like first.
Right.
And I really wanted to wait and see what he had to say. And then Alice just sent that to me, and I was just like, yeah, it's very, very crazy. It's crazy to me. But I'll let you guys finish listening.
Yeah, I should continue.
Okay.
Now we have the hangman. This leaves someone in suspension. They're trying to gain another perspective of a situation. They're trying to go within and, ask themselves, what can I do? What is going on with the situation? They're pondering, what can they do to come in very quickly? They want to change this person's mind. That's what this is. They want to change this person's mind that's already made a decision. This is the magician, and they are manifesting ways. They are manifesting ways to change that person's mind. Here's that sword. Here's that sword. This is the Page of Wands. Again, this is a child. This is a young being. And they're coming in with this passionate message that is not being heard. It's not being heard. They have their back to the knight. They're showing, I'm not interested. I've made my decision. And so they walk away. They walk away. Let's get some clarifiers for this. Let's get some clarifiers. First of all, we'll start back with the Emperor. Clarifying the Emperor. Who is this Emperor? This Emperor is the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles. They are sitting there and they are holding on tight. And they're waiting patiently. They're holding on to the Four Pentacles they have. So they're not someone that is completely financially stable. Clarifying the Ace of Swords. Clarifying the Ace of Swords. We have the Seven of Cups. This is having too many options. So this Ace of Swords had too many options, unable to make a decision on something. Unable to make a decision on something. Clarifying the Nine of Wands. We have the Seven of Wands. Again, this is battling. This is battling off those passions. This is saying, hey, I don't want to deal with this. I've made my decision. I don't want any of this. I am moving forward with my life and I have made my decision. Clarifying the Two of Wands. Clarifying the Two of Wands. We have the Lovers. The Two of Wands is clarified by the Lovers. So these are soulmates. She has picked her soulmate. Clarifying the Lovers. Clarifying the Lovers. Oh, we got one. And that makes for a very, very heavy burden. She had to make a decision. She had to make a decision, which she carries that burden. Clarifying the Knight of Wands. Clarifying the Knight of Wands. We have the Empress. He's coming after her. He's coming after his Empress. That's what he's going for. That's where he's headed. It's towards his Empress. Clarifying the Empress. The Empress is everything. With the Moon. But there's something that is unknown. There is something that comes out at night. The unknown. The sun. The sun is going to illuminate everything. How this person feels, what they want, and they did. Clarifying the sun. Clarifying the sun. We have the Chariot and the Three of Cups. So the Chariot card is something that's moving very, very fast. They're headed in that direction. They are going for her very fast. This is coming in. This is coming swift and quick. Changing directions. Didn't get what they wanted. And now they're coming in after a group of people, a celebration, Three of Cups. So they came in after this party. They came in and they attacked the entire party. Clarifying the Hangman. We have the Ace of Pentacles. So this is an offering. Maybe she tried to plead with this person and give them a small offer, even though it wasn't what they wanted. They were trying to gain a different perspective, trying to figure out a way to move forward with their soulmate. Clarifying the Ace of Pentacles. Clarifying the Ace of Pentacles. Clarifying the Ace of Pentacles is the High Priestess. The High Priestess. That is going within, searching for the higher power, the higher self, and wanting to know what can they do this multiple times, and what is something that is hidden in the dark. The moon is in this picture. There's something that's hidden in the dark. There's something that nobody knows about. So this is a relationship or an acquaintance, a very close acquaintance. Clarifying the Magician. Oh, now clarifying the High Priestess. We have the Seven of Swords. Mischievousness. They're packing up their stuff and they're leaving. and they're leaving these ideas behind. They packed up 4 swords.
Did he not pack up and leave town? Just saying. Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Yes.
I hear you.
Is that not creepy?
Extremely creepy.
I swear, I'm going to take a screenshot. Where's my damn videos at? Videos. There it is. Info. For those of you that are on my Facebook, I'm about to post them. Everybody else is going to be like, what is this for?
This whole reading is giving me chills.
Oh, Margie girl, you should have been here last night.
I was in spirit. I'm sorry I missed it.
It was just kind of random, but it was a really good, well, actually 2 really good readings.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's almost finished, so I'll let you guys finish and then we can talk.
Okay.
At some point, I'll figure out all this audio stuff.
And left 3 behind. 3. These are their thoughts, what they're thinking. They're taking their ideas and they're packing up and leaving. And they're leaving these other 3 swords behind. Clarifying the magician. Is clarified by the 3 of Pentacles. So they're manifesting and they're trying to manifest a marriage, a relationship, or they could be trying to manifest a third party. They want to be that third party. It wasn't working out for them very well. Clarifying the Page of Wands. Clarifying the Page of Wands. With the Devil. The Devil. Very toxic energy. And death. And ending. They ended it. They ended it. But what dies will bring back a new beginning, a new start. Clarifying death. We have the 7 of Pentacles. With the 7 of Pentacles, they are looking at their hard work, all their achievements. He is going back and looking at what he's done.
Oof.
Stabbing people in the back. And she had to carry this burden.
Oh.
She carried this burden of this relationship. Didn't know how to deal with it. Tried to gain new perspectives. But this person was being just very mean and mischievous because they didn't get their way. And very violent. Let's see if you guys have anything else to say. Oh my gosh, all these cards fell out. So in closing, we have the 6 of Pentacles. This is giving to the less fortunate. The King of Wands. This is a passionate man, could be a fire sign. And we have the Ace of Cups. This was a love offering that wasn't taken. And then we have the Eight of Cups. With the Eight of Cups, it's leaving these relationships behind. Because remember, she had made that choice. Thank you for watching.
Holy cow.
Okay, I'm back.
Woo.
Breathe, breathe, breathe. Everybody okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chat, how is everybody?
Hey, Stacy.
Hey, Stony.
Hi, Stacy. Hi, Stony.
And Stage Tech.
Okay, good, good. Taylor, before we go any further in this discussion, right as you were starting showing your reading, Mare had to leave real quick. She's taking her daughter to the emergency room. So I
Oh,
was,
no.
yeah, wondering if we can all just say a prayer or keep a good thought for her. I'm not sure what's going on there. Something about her breathing.
I hope she doesn't have that COVID thing.
God, I hope not either.
Hi, Star.
And exposing, are you still awake? You're
I haven't seen her in a minute.
supposed to wake your man up soon.
She's
Star's
probably
here.
saging the house right now.
Stage Tech was here.
Yeah, Stage Tech, feel free to continue on with that thought you were having there. We're fine.
What thought was that?
He said that this is where they hide all the good-looking babes.
Yeah, I said this is where all the babes go after dark.
Yes.
And Stacy.
All right,
With
Taylor, so
Puddle.
how are you feeling right now after watching that?
That my incense isn't working strong enough yet. But it's a heavy feeling. And when I say I get that heavy feeling or I'm compelled to do something, so then I'll get up in the middle of the night and do a reading. Like that's just me.
Now, is that heavy feeling indicative that you were like on the money? And there's more that you need to know, or
so when I had that heavy feeling, like I wanted to do the reading, and I was like, man, I want to post it because I had started my Mystic page later. And I was like, okay, well, it'll be one of the first videos I do. And then, you always hear about the tragedy pimps and this and that, whatever. So I was like, I didn't really want to post it because I didn't want anyone to think that, I was just wanting that kind of attention when I really just wanted it to get out. So you'll notice like on my videos, I typically don't tag anything in it. I don't hashtag anything in it. And that's like, like I said, I wanted to, talk to Salty aside because of the ending of our live yesterday. It kind of, just kind of went down a turn of the same topic, not this same subject, but same topic. And I'm not really, I'm more of a forensic person than I am, like the, I guess, how do you say it? You know how like the sleuths, they like the round table it. And me, I like to see like the nitty gritty, like real evidence, like finding the evidence part of it, and what's logical, because I do have like that issue with between my head and my heart. Like sometimes it's hard for me to think more logically, and that's when I go into that more mystic section where I can work off of emotion, that heavy feeling, if that makes sense. So I don't want to like dive too much into like 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 the missing kids and stuff, unless I'm like compelled for some reason, kind of like I was with Dylan, where I was like compelled to be like, where's this kid at? Do you know what I mean? Kind of
Yeah.
like any of us, because that's kind of how we met, was over that subject. And at any rate, so like when I get that weird heavy feeling, like I'll do a reading, and I'll re-record it, even if I don't plan on doing anything with it, just so like I have it as, like, as you call it, receipt. I keep it just as like, okay, well, how close was I? Was my feelings in the right spot? You know what I mean? It's just a keeping a receipt of my personal intuition kind of thing. So anyway, so I had made that video, and then I was like, I want to post it, but I didn't want to post it because I didn't want anyone to think anything weird about me posting it. So I kind of waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I was like, oh man, I'm so glad that they timestamp it when you do videos on your phone, so you could actually say, look, this is the timestamp on the phone. We'd had no idea if he was an older guy, a younger guy, a transient guy, a guy that went to school there, the mailman. And so soon as I saw that this morning, I was like, God, I want to go back and listen. This is the first time I went back and listened to that video since I made it. And I wanted to do it in a group setting so everybody could pitch in on what they thought about it versus just my own personal feelings. Because, we can be kind of self-judgmental, We're our own biggest critics. So I wanted to get others' input and what they thought.
It was amazing to me. I mean, I'm telling you, I did not lack for chills the entire time I was listening to that video. It just, one right after another kept coming, and I thought, oh my God, this is just too on target. And I'm looking at the chat, and Raven says the word that keeps coming to her is sacrifice. And as soon as I read that, see, I'm very analytical. So I'm all about the evidence, and, it has to make sense to me. And if she was the one that he was targeting, and if there was something between them, but she no longer wanted, I wonder if that situation has happened to him on several occasions, and he was going to make her like the example, like nobody's ever going to treat me like this again, because this is what'll happen. And she also says the person seems to think he could outsmart the law. And when you were saying that he was proud to me also means arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
Arrogant also means that you're above everyone, including the law. I can do this and nobody will ever know it was me.
Correct.
But I always feel that Raven and I are on the same wavelength.
Yes, Stacy, the Idaho 4 guy.
There was one time, and I can't even remember what the exact time was, but it was something being discussed in Salty's live, and both her and I started crying at the same time. And I don't even know how many thousands of miles we are away from each other, but we both admitted it at the same time. And it just, from that point on, I thought Raven and I have some sort of a connection. I don't know what it is, but
I accidentally kicked myself off and then went into the StreamYard from last night.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I done kicked my own self out.
I think you need seatbelts.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
Hold on tight. I know it was a really heavy reading, and I'm sorry for those. I did put a trigger warning back on the title of this stream. But not just because of the reading, but because of what Alice sent me, which I don't know if everybody in the chat has already seen that.
I've not.
I'm almost unsure if it's so well.
I would just kind of relay it in a PG way because it's pretty graphic.
Alice,
I mean, no, it's not pretty graphic. It's very graphic.
Yeah, it's very graphic.
Alice, can you share it with me, Facebook Messenger?
Who all did we have in the chat? Who all's in this room?
Okay.
We have
Kainana, Stony, Star,
Raven,
Stacy,
Stacy.
and Stage Tech was here, but I'm not sure if they still are. It says there's 9 watching.
Edie Ruth was here, but I think she might have fallen asleep. She said she wasn't going to last too long.
Raven said share it.
Okay, well, I don't think y'all realize how bad it is, but I mean, it's your channel, Dana.
It's very graphic, but this channel is actually rated for informational, like domestic violence and stuff like that anyway.
Yeah, go ahead. But definitely not for children, so just go ahead and do the disclaimer like one more time, because it's really bad.
Let's see, edit.
Oh, I need to change my emoticon for the new year. What should I put up there?
Crabs.
Crab with the ball gag. I need Tainted to send me that cartoon. Maybe I'll just.
That little cartoon is so cute.
I still can't believe that came up when you typed it in Google.
That was hysterical. I swear, I have not laughed that hard in years. I can't even tell you guys how necessary that was for my being. Seriously.
Well, if you think about it, the majority of our conversations are so serious, like this one, that we need to like liven up and just have fun and remember that we only get to live once. We're not like a kitty cat, you know?
Right.
We have to enjoy those moments.
Oh, Denise Graves is here. Hi, Denise.
Hi, Denise.
Kainana says that her hoe is still on the corner. I hope you take the girl a jacket at least. I hear it's pretty cold where you are right now.
And remember, we expect triple the cut this time.
That's right.
And I don't want to hear the hollow leg excuse.
I have to go tomorrow and get my bottle of champagne. My God. And some strawberries.
I'm going to download that one, and I'm going to.
Denise, Tainted Ink has been discussing the Idaho 4 case with us, just kind of try to catch up a little bit. And we just listened to a reading that she did early in the month concerning one of the young ladies involved and the situation. And it was unbelievable, mind-shocking, the reading that she did. But she's getting ready to share some information that I believe, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, was found on Facebook, but it was posted in another social media outlet. And
I found it on Reddit.
I found it on Facebook.
What we're being told is it's rather graphic.
Very.
Tainted Ink is putting a disclaimer out there. So if you don't feel comfortable in viewing what she's about to show, then, take a moment when she puts it up there and look away or something. But just wanted to warn you ahead of time because everybody else has been here.
It's not a visual. It's just it's graphic wording, and it's going to be, there's no way to not have a graphic conversation afterwards, So if you're squeamish or sensitive, I would come back in 10 minutes or so.
Right. That's a good way to put it, Kaylee. Good way to put it.
And if stuff like weighs heavy on you, I would recommend heavy breathing and maybe some sage.
Or
Definitely sage.
incense, something like
Tainted, I sent you a few things on Messenger too, from what I found. But it's like 7 or so
Yes,
screenshot.
I'm downloading them right now so we can make it into a slideshow.
And while Stacy's here, I would love to know like her perspective of that whole survey thing. Because what reason would you have to be doing that? Like what? I guess criminal law. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
Maybe.
he's a PhD student, and see, I'm an EDD student, Doctorate of Education. So this could very well be part of his dissertation. But I wonder what the focus of his dissertation is.
Oh,
Self-imagery.
well, I didn't look at it that way. Because tainted, isn't that like kind of? I guess what like when you say you were like analyzing the stuff with Dylan, is that like what she means when she says doing research paper? Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh,
Yeah, but he wasn't supposed to take it literal.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he wanted
He,
to test his theory.
oh,
Yeah, but I mean, I seen some weird stuff, but it was almost like a freaking episode of Dexter.
I
I
really
like
want
that.
to see that survey.
Yeah, I screenshotted everything that I seen at the time real fast while I was eating, and then jumped up here.
I wonder if they can get a hand on his dissertation, what he's written so far. That would be very interesting to read.
Well, you know, his teachers are selling him right now, probably.
Yeah, probably. Like mine is a phenomenological study, which basically means it's a narrative, and the focus of my topic is what people think of online degrees because I'm getting mine through the University of Phoenix doctoral program. So my survey basically they're very open-ended questions. What do your it's focused on people who are currently
Online
out in the
education.
workforce. What do your peers in the workforce think of you getting an online degree? What do your superiors think of you getting an online degree? These are people who've already earned them, obviously. And then what do your subordinates think? It's a very narrated. The results are very narrated. They're not um, quantitative, like in the sense of numbers and statistics and things like that. His, I wonder. I wonder if it's a quantitative or qualitative study, and in what way is it? Like, what was his topic? What was the way that he was going? It's just too eerie. Some of the questions on that survey were just
Right. It was like almost like how did you go about getting away with your crime? Is how I took it.
right.
And then I saw somebody posting a picture of him and who is it, Ted Bundy together, and they look quite similar.
Ooh, Raven
Oh,
said he
he
actually taught classes. Oh Lord.
that's
and
interesting. I wonder where, and I wonder if that's where he met these girls or seen these girls.
And what were these courses he taught?
and that he also went to the same college, also same study.
He did.
Yeah.
Wow.
So is it true that he worked 8 miles away, like as a security guard at a elementary school or some kind of school, or is that just a rumor?
Well, that's what I
No,
heard.
that's what was on the news. Yes.
Okay.
And that he
So how do
seen
you
one
get a
of the girls
college
in
degree and
Instagram.
end up being a security guard?
He might have been. Oh well, he was still going to school. He was
Oh,
still
okay, so
going
you
to
got to pay for
WSU.
pay him for
Well,
He
that's
was.
classes.
interesting. Stacy says as a PhD student you have to teach. I wonder if that's I don't because I'm not required to teach. I mean, I am teaching, but not at the collegiate level. So we weren't required to.
That's got to be the connection right there.
There's
Just
different
like
levels of doctrine, though, to become a doctor.
Really, I was only aware that a doctorate is doctors are all the same level. They're just different types.
Yeah, I heard a joke that what was it? Dentists are doctors that failed being a medical doctor or something like that. It was funny.
Like when I get my doctorate, mine will be capital E, small d, period, capital D. So that's doctorate of education.
Yeah,
So it's the same level as a PhD. It's just a different field.
but they require you to be educated in basic first aid.
For my doctorate,
Yeah,
no, that's not a requirement. I am certified. I'm
that's
certified
just a
first.
question I was always curious about. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So it's not, mine has nothing to do with the medical field. It has to do with the field of education.
And that's what I mean about different degrees of doctrines. Yours is one for education. And you have psychotherapy, then you have, God, there are a whole lot of them. Oh, you commented on the links I shared.
I told you, thank you.
As Stacy
Oh.
says, her doctorate is in psychology and basic brain biology, and that's it.
Cool. Maybe she could psychoanalyze my mind. Why I think the way I do.
Oh, I told her she'd probably get rich off of us.
Yeah,
She's gonna write a book.
I'd make her
As
a
long as
good
I get
buck, I'm
royalties.
sure.
I'm all sitting here chowing on Ritz crackers and cream cheese.
I was a good girl. I ate before I did this, so you guys didn't have to hear me go with crunch, 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 crunch.
Oh, you can hear me crunch?
There's only one channel that I used to go to where somebody actively ate and talked at the same time, and I just couldn't. I can't do that. I can't.
I
I
don't know.
wasn't
It's kind
going
of
to at
hard.
first,
Like,
but
yep.
then it started talking to me, so I had to.
Well, no. I mean, I didn't. Even though I could tell you probably had something in there, it wasn't bad at all. It's just like I that's one of my pet peeves. I cannot talk to somebody on the phone and listen to them chew, and it's the same with if you're on screen and you're showing your face.
And you should eat. Yeah.
I really don't want to listen to you talk and chew your food at the same time. But that's me. That's me.
Oh, no, I agree. That's rude. That's why I was trying to do it all quietly, and I was on mute, and I forgot that I took the mute off.
Ooh, Kayanana. You go, girl. He sought participation in a research project. Okay, so that's who he sent these surveys out to participants to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. Whoa.
So he decided to test his theory.
Yeah, because they take that in their undergrad. He was on a research project. Never mind.
Well, that's his theory. How do emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a
I
crime?
wonder
That's
if he
his
was able
theory.
to get his answer then.
Well, they have different types of so there's forensic analysts, and what they do is it's like they pick up on the traits and the evidence and stuff, and they take all that and they say, okay, was this person planning this, or was this like
Premeditated or
yes, and so there's different personality types, and so maybe that's what it was about, like the different personality types versus how it's their psychological traits influence those decisions on them doing what they've done or what they're going to do.
So that's kind of like the behavioral analysis unit for the FBI, right?
Yes, exactly.
Now, we have such smart people in here. Yes, Denise. Thesis, hypothesis, theory, it's basically all the same thing. Raven Gypsy says he was also looking into prisons to get people involved in a research study.
Yeah, I think his angle was more or less of the people, like what would you have done differently? What did you do? And then how would you do it differently so that you didn't get caught? You know, like his whole angle was like not, so much of the crime itself. It was more or less of how did what was your thought process of choosing a victim, and like he was interested in the stuff most people overlook.
So that means
Yeah,
that
star
he
sociopath.
also.
The trigger.
The thing
Mhm.
that's sticking out to me in his thesis is how emotions and psychological traits influence this
Right,
process. Like that is really screaming at me. Emotions and psychological traits.
right. And being aware of those traits. So like that's the worst crazy part, because he was very so in tune with how the brain works and how people, but I don't think he was necessarily obviously aware that his own was a little warped. I mean, because have any of you guys seen Dexter? I think it was on.
Maybe he did know his brain was warped, and that's why he was thinking like that to
Well,
try to figure
well,
out why.
have you guys seen the show Dexter?
I loved it.
I
Think
haven't.
about it. What?
I haven't.
Girl, to watch it. It's. I mean, well, I don't know what you're into, but
Is it schizophrenia? Because I can't watch schizo. I can watch blood and gore before I can watch a schizophrenia movie.
Yeah,
well, it's
Serial
kind of.
killers kill serial killers.
Yeah, but he works for like he's a detective. Well, huh?
He was a forensic blood analyst.
Yeah, and he was used his his education and his job to get better at doing it without being caught.
Hmm.
That's because his foster father was a police officer and recognized the darkness in him beforehand, and he called it the Dark Rider.
But
Dark
he
Passenger, I'm sorry.
only would kill people that were bad.
Yeah.
Because
some really good thoughts again from the chat. Where is Stacy H? Stacy H brings up a good point that he could not have used prisoners in a research study. There's a certain sector of society that you can't use in research studies because they're unable to give consent. Prisoners are one. Folks with mental retardation or dementia, they're not really capable of giving consent to be part of a study. So that's a really good.
They have to be of sound mind and body.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
they used to televise schizophrenia and do interviews with those people back in the 50s.
Yeah, well, things have been tightened quite a bit. There was a big ethics course I had to take, and they had very specific guidelines of what you can and cannot ask in research studies, who can be your study participants, so on. It's a long, long, long list. Then Denise brings up a really good question. Does anyone think possibly that the trigger was due to his study? I tend to think his study is based upon
His triggers.
his triggers. Yeah.
I don't think he was triggered. I think he waited and stalked and seized his moment and maybe just couldn't stop. But I don't think it was like something pissed him off at that moment. I think he planned it and was just.
Maybe this wasn't his first.
I don't think so. No, because the fact that he was so arrogant, like
Very proud.
after the fact.
I think he's had some sort of issues in the past in interpersonal relationships. And I think in his own mind, he was trying to figure things out and felt that maybe this study was a quote unquote safe way for him to kind of get answers to what he's feeling and thinking. And I think this study triggered him to do what he did. I haven't really thought much about if this is his first time. Most of me thinks no, but I
Well, I
haven't
agree with
really.
Stacy. I don't think it was. I think he's probably done it like animals or so, just to get the to see how he would react, probably to the gore of it, because there's no way that was his first time ever sticking a knife into anything and him just going
And didn't they
that
say there was no blood anywhere?
no, the
Right,
house there was so much freaking blood it was seeping out the side of the house.
Yeah, but it didn't track it anywhere, so he knew what he was doing to
right.
prevent
Exactly.
from
That's what I'm
taking it
saying. And
anywhere.
he was in and out without a trace and was able to make himself seem like blend in with the fact that it was a college house and there could be fingerprints everywhere. Like, that you got to do a lot of thinking just to
Yep.
get yourself hyped up to do that. So either he didn't know the ones that were there that were alive were there at all, which is what I suspect, because I don't think he'd have left anybody alive, to be honest. I don't think he knew they were down there.
Denise, that was a good question, though. Thank you for sharing that with us. And Kayanena says he has a court extradition hearing scheduled for January the 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Woohoo.
And the fact that he's in a turtle suit says, I guarantee you that he's got some kind of track record that he is like would hurt himself, because I don't see him being a harm to anybody else in there. And that just the look on his face doesn't seem like he's upset and distraught. So
Turtle suit. Thank you. I could not remember. Like, I was trying to find the right way to describe what he was wearing, and that escaped to me. Now,
Stacey, I don't think it was physical evidence that got him caught. I think it was digital.
I
If
think it was
I'm being
too.
honest.
I think that he would have got away with it had that vehicle not been caught on camera.
And I think
But
they eventually got him because of probably just went through the girls and seen who was liking their, because that's what I do when I investigate. I'll go through Facebook and I'll see the likes, if they hearted it, if they ha-ha'd it, and you'd be amazed at what reveals itself in plain sight. You just have to know what you're looking for. And
and
who's to say he wasn't reacting in a strange way to all of their posts for some significant amount of time. And I guarantee you it was digital something that led them to him, to look into him and then seeing that, okay, this guy is taking off. Let's go ahead and
Well,
see why he's running across the country.
wasn't
okay,
one
now
of the girls?
I
Didn't
know.
one of the girls have like their own little private web thing that they used to do for extra money?
I was told the one that got it the most
Oh,
brutally, and now this is all allegedly for entertainment purposes, whatever, just for whatever the
Your
disclaimer is.
opinion, allegedly.
Oh yeah, OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Now I
I've heard
know
that.
that Stacy H works um, within the prison system, so she has some really good inside information, and she tells us turtle suits are the new norm for high-profile prisoners. So that could be the very simple explanation of why he's dressed like that. And I thought I had heard this. She said they found biological evidence at the scene and genealogical DNA was used to get him. I thought I had heard there was a DNA connection.
So, but how would they have had anything to compare it to if he was clean as a whistle?
Well, nowadays, from my understanding, a lot of law enforcement are
Like,
taking DNA evidence that they run through the system, quote
oh,
unquote,
like ancestry? You mean
and
that?
they
Is
can't
that
find somebody. So then they go through like
Yeah.
the ancestry.com and places like
gotcha?
that, and they're able to
Gotcha.
find.
And then they narrow it down from there. They found a few people like that. In fact, I watched a thing not too long ago about, I think they said a 40-year cold case that was solved that way.
Yep. And Stacy says ever since Epstein, the turtle suits are the norm.
Oh, that's interesting. She said that if your DNA is in the system, if he was teaching, his DNA was in the system. I did not know that.
Oh, there you go.
Well, then, bada bing, bada boom. That's how they got
and
it.
they would have had to do his fingerprints too.
Yep,
Absolutely.
and if you
Yeah,
ever
in the
got
field
a
of
sheriff's card,
education,
you got fingerprinted.
in the field of education, no matter what level, you're required to give fingerprints. They do
Really?
Yes.
child abuse check and criminal background check. Oh yes.
So, like a mouth swab or like blood?
No. I mean, for me at my level, it's fingerprints, and then they send your information through criminal background check and child abuse check. You have to
Gotcha.
be cleared on all of that. Stacy can talk more on the actual DNA because I have not had to do that. I'm thinking that's in the collegiate level.
Well, I know in Vegas for most of the jobs, because you're exposed to the casino floor or around alcohol, you're required to get a sheriff's card, and they fingerprint you for that.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Stacy saying mouth swabs and prints in Oregon.
Wow.
Now I haven't had to get mine done for a while, so that could be something now in Pennsylvania that they're requiring. I'll look that up. But yeah, that's what always makes me so upset about the elementary and secondary level education and some of the crimes committed by even just staff in the building against some of the students. It's like, come on, we're required to go through these clearances. How did this person not get a red flag?
Well, they're the reason why they have those measures now.
Right. Well, I mean, I've been teaching since 2000, so, and I think this was going on. The clearances were prior to that, but it just behooves me. It's like, all right, how, if you went through all this?
And I think what actually originally started it was a nursery school teacher, a preschool
Yes.
teacher. Kelly something was the one that actually started that because of how horrific and what she had done to those kids, the whole class. That's when they started really pressing those issues about the security measures for teachers and all that.
But it will be interesting to find out if any of the young ladies involved in this horrific incident were a student of his, specifically Kaylee.
And why she was pinpointed.
Yeah.
With that being said, I'm going to share my screen and we can review some of these posts.
Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning.
Yes.
Deep breath, everyone.
Everyone grab your
shit,
sage.
Let me get my sage. Yeah.
Everyone grab your sage.
Can't stress enough. Trigger warning.
If you have a weak tummy, you may
or a weak constitution or delicate senses and sensitive, and
it's heavy.
And again, these are things he wrote, right?
Allegedly, because it's anonymous. But I mean, who else would write something like that? And even if it is, then there's another sicko out there. That's all I could say.
There usually is. Look at how many copycat killings there are.
Right. And what's scarier is the fact that in the new common norm now in these cases that are so despicable, like so horrendous, is there's very little to no red flags.
Oh yeah,
like
that UPS driver that kidnapped and did that to that boy not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He had no warning signs, and he was in his 30s.
Okay, remind me again the date of the actual incident.
We can Google it.
I forget the actual date.
I thought it was around Thanksgiving, right before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was in November.
It was. Because remember, they were all on, it was like right before, or I think it was during Thanksgiving break, because the school was shut down and nobody felt safe to come back.
Right. Okay.
I'll Google it real quick.
I'm looking.
Okay.
November 11th, Stacy said, maybe, or
yeah, I think she's right.
It was
11/11. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's a little bizarre.
Is it 11/11?
Kai Nana said.
When is it?
Kai said November 13th.
The 13th.
Huh. I'm into numbers, so give me a second. I want to see if there's a significance, because this guy was a thinker. Like, I'm just very calculated.
11/13/2022.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 11 plus 13. That's 24. Plus 22. That is 46.
Yeah, it was
Six,
November 13th.
6, 7, 8. That's 8. That's 4. That's
Oh,
2. That
sorry,
goes back down
Raven.
to the number of 2, which is the derivative of 1. 1 and 1 is 2. The primary
That
number
was
is
her
1.
happened on her birthday.
Oh. Is it November
Oh,
11th or November 13th?
it's the
It's November
13th.
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 Yeah, so that's
Okay,
11 and
do you
13.
know what kind of moon, like where the moon was on that, what phase?
Okay,
I'm
so
weird,
we
y'all.
can
I'm
go to
sorry.
11, 13, 22 moon phase. Waning gibbous. It was a waning gibbous. So it was which is a crescent leaving.
Huh.
Oh,
Interesting.
okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for us to go so far off course. I just needed to remember the date and then to see the dates on these.
Was that on a Friday?
Oh, I can check that quickly.
Raven, was your birthday on a Friday?
No, it's a Sunday.
Hmm.
Oh, that's weird.
It says moon giant. This is what it says. Let me pull this screen over here.
Stacy is so cute, being a mommy to her little puppy. She can't come up on panel due to her dog sleeping and not wanting to wake.
Aw, she can share the baby too.
And it's so awesome because it's a rescue.
What kind of puppy is it, Stacy?
So this is the waning gibbous. This is 77% illumination on November 13th on that night. So there was lots of moonlight.
And he was 28.
Mm-hmm. I need to write this down.
Mm-hmm. A Shih Tzu.
That's what I thought I was going to say Shih Tzu, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to be wrong. It's a cute little dog, too.
I can only imagine. I know Stacy, so I know it's probably got like just like you tainted with boots and the jacket and little.
Aw.
I can only imagine.
Stacey, she was playing dress up with him earlier.
I see. See, I didn't even have to know. I just know her. I told her she replaced me with a puppy.
Sorry, Stacey, I had to. It was adorable. It was just too perfect.
How's the Chewini doing, Kaylee?
He is just. Well, actually, he's snoring.
Oh, that's a good thing.
I want a pocket puppy. I won't tell mine that though. He'll be so mad at me.
I thought you was about to
I
say
miss
something
my
else with a
dog.
P.
Naughty girl. I was trying to keep it G-rated today.
I didn't say it. I just.
And your subject?
My daughter had a teacup chihuahua, and she would put the dog in her sweatpants pocket when she ran the vacuum, and all you would see is this little head sticking out.
Oh my gosh.
She had a purse that she would put the dog in when she went to church. The dog would go to church. She went grocery shopping.
Ro, you want to go to church?
She went
No
everywhere.
way.
She needed to go to church. She was a ornery little cuss.
Ro's looking at me like, you better not take me out of this house without my coat and boots on.
No freaking way. This notebook is already full. What the freak, French toast?
I think we're gonna do a fun just for Kaylee's like paper and pen fun.
Oh my god, I'm an avid note taker, y'all. It's bad.
You're an amazing. We need to get you your PI license out of Mississippi. Yeah, for real. Think of how far she could go with that.
Well, one of my goals for 2023 is to get me a doggy.
A stogie?
I'm still holding to my New Year's resolution years ago.
So I can work that
Never
out.
make another
We're
one.
not allowed to have them here unless they're deemed emotional support. So I'm going to hit my doctors up first and see if any of them are willing to do that. And if not, I'll find other means. But I want a husky.
God, Stacy, adopt me.
So a quick info PSA is you can go online and get the tag for your puppy dog, it looks like a little driver's license, and get them a little workout suit. It says, support animal. If they ask you what type of support, you do not have to tell them. All you have to do is show them the credentials for the dog, that this is your emotional support dog. You don't even have to tell them for what. Like, they cannot legally ask you. They cannot legally ask you what the issue is with you. It's against the law. So
in fact, they won't even ask you for the papers if your dog is wearing the right suit.
Well, I would think I'd have to provide something to the complex stating.
All you have to do is show them the little doggy driver's license.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And they can't ask you what is his job or anything like that.
Yep.
Sounds like a plan.
I got Roro is my licensed, but I think I'm more his licensed provider. I think I'm his emotional support human.
Is this the name of the dog? Seriously, Roro?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I love it.
And he's just nothing but a roar, roar, roar.
You'd think he's a little bitty tiny Chiweenie like mine the way he sounds, but he's freaking huge.
Is he looking at you right now, Tainted?
Yeah, actually, he got up out of bed because he knew I was talking about him, and he came over and stuck his butt up against me. He's like, if you're gonna talk about me, you need to rub me.
Talk and pet.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to Odin a couple of times, and he's not impressed with me.
Aw.
Not at all. I'll talk to him, and then I'll say, is he at least looking at the phone? And Steve says, no. I'm like, great. I found an uppity dog.
Snooty.
Yeah, really.
Okay, let's get this trigger warning over. Let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna start off with the picture of the video I took so you guys can see it, the date on it. Oh, that doesn't open that way. Okay, here. Share screen. I will get this figured out. Entire screen there.
Well, I'm going to jump down for a minute so I can let my phone charge a little bit, and I'll be in chat, and I'm going to lay with my little one and read him a book because he's up way past his bedtime because I let him take a nap today. So I will be back.
Okay, sweetie. So here's the picture that I took earlier. Oh, gosh darn it. There it is. This is the picture I took earlier. So it shows the date, Sunday, December 4th, 2022. For some reason, I thought it was the 3rd, so I'm going to have to fix my video. Change the date on it. And then, where's my little file folder? There it is.
Didn't they say it happened on a Sunday? The 13th was a Sunday?
Was it a Saturday or a Sunday? Gosh darn it. Let me look.
No, I'm saying like the 13th of when it happened, because that would. I'm weird. Just don't mind my question.
I'll tell you right now. Look at the calendar.
Sunday, Raven said. Wow, that's very interesting to me.
Yes, it was a Sunday.
And it was a Sunday when you did your reading.
Yes, 1, 2, 3 weeks later.
And then it was 8 days after that, which would have been what, a Monday? That would have been what, the 12th when he posted that?
Yeah.
Or maybe Sunday night.
It would have been, yeah, it was either Sunday night or Monday morning, which would have been a week and a day,
How
or direct week.
freaking weird is that?
Okay, so we'll go with number 1.
I'm gonna mute because I talk to myself when I write notes, and I don't want y'all to think I'm weird.
Oh, it's okay. Are you able to see that?
I have my glasses on, so actually, yes.
It says this is the booking information through VineLink on December 30th. This is usually when the FBI does a raid. If you ever want to track defendant's custody, there's VineLink, which is for the victim. So VineLink is, if anybody doesn't know, VineLink is a program that is actually for the victims to be able to track their perpetrators. If anyone in chat doesn't know what that is. Actually, it says it's right there. Which is for victims of the crimes. It will let you know when someone has been transferred or released. It's free and meant for community safety and victims as a PO. I think it meant like public service announcement kind of thing. I can attest to this accuracy.
Or a protection order.
Oh, yeah. It could be for that too. So the protection order would go back to being active. Even
right,
if they're...
and so that you're aware, like it's like a heads up.
Yeah.
Because like they'll only give you, you'll get notifications if there's a change in custody, like if he's been like maybe in max and they change him to general population, like they literally notify you every move, like if he's being released or how he's being released, or it's a very good service.
They also, I think it does notify them, like so when they're released, they have to give where they're going, like
Yes,
where
and it
their
cannot
location's
be
going
near
to be.
you.
Correct.
And I mean, and even if you're at Walmart and like say they walk in, like there's no like, oh, I was here first, like they can't be there. They're not even supposed to be anywhere around, so that can be possible.
Correct.
Depending
Dude, she's
on
like,
the
she has it on the big screen.
Oh, y'all don't? Y'all know I got my 3 devices here.
Okay. Is this the same one? No. Yes, this is the same one. Did I not? That must be a screenshot of this one. Okay, so so this one is the actual record of his location, where he's at, what time he went into custody. Ooh, they got him early at 7:08 in the morning.
First shift.
From where he was picked up at. This is for informational purposes only.
I heard he was arrested like somewhere between 1 and 3 in the morning. So he might not have actually been completely booked in until 8 something in the morning.
Well, I'd say he probably spent the first few hours being interrogated.
Yeah. And in the back of a car.
Right.
Because it says booking time was actually he wasn't even he was just admitted for booking at 6:47.
Right.
And if he's in a turtle suit, I'm sure he had a psych eval.
Okay, let's go to this one. So this is Melissa Mel Koberger, counselor, LAC, Psychology Today.
That's his sister.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the sister, right?
Yes, and this is like her about me on like her, I don't know what it's like, a LinkedIn, but for y'all smart people like doctors stuff.
And you have it highlighted down here. Everyone.
Yeah, because I thought that was interesting. Yeah, I thought that was very interesting.
So my specialty is working with young people transitioning into adulthood. This period is almost like second adolescence, where many people are getting clear. What?
So when like just kind of think to yourself if maybe she was working with one of the girls, maybe that's how brother got to know him, because I just thought that was interesting the way it was worded when her sentence is about people have things to hide, and then she follows up with young people transitioning, like almost like she's a, what's those things when you have premonition or whatever, or maybe I'm just weird.
Where many people are getting clear on their identity, navigating relationships, and developing sense of purpose. I guide clients along their journey to discovering their truest and most authentic selves by connecting with their strengths and intuition. That's what you said. That's what you just said. I also teach people, what psychologists, unless she's like, what's the word for it? Like not traditional medicine, like Eastern medicine. I don't, when you go with your intuition, where's Stacy at? I don't think traditional medicine teaches that as much. They want you to use logic.
She's down there having a fit.
I mean, we all have a Jiminy Cricket, but I don't think that's typically practiced in medicine to use your intuition.
I dang sure wouldn't put it in my my about, because it's that's not very logical. It's kind of, you're supposed to separate yourself from emotion in that line of work.
Right. Well, she's saying that she's teaching
people
to use this intuition, which is more of that's more on the mythic side than it is in logic. That's what's the difference between like, the Big Bang Theory.
So does she teach
the Bible?
Does she teach or does she counsel?
She said her specialty is working with young people transitioning into adulthood. This period is almost like a second adolescence.
I thought it said she counsels.
She said she's a counselor.
Her like wording it's weird, isn't it?
So it's like she's a school counselor.
Like a guidance counselor type deal?
That's what it looks like. What's LAC stand for?
I don't know.
Stacy.
Let's check and see what Stacy's saying.
Where's she at? She done run off.
Don't see her.
Or she's typing a book, one or the other. Or she's snuggling with the puppy.
She can't fall asleep without us. You're going to have to share that puppy coffee breath.
She's probably cussing us like, you bitches, I get on YouTube because I don't want to work anymore.
The bill is in the mail.
Right?
All right. LAC.
Okay, so it also says, I also teach people who have mood and personality disorders how to regulate their emotions and find strength in overcoming their struggles. Everyone has sides of themselves they want to hide. I work with clients to integrate those parts and create a sense of wholeness.
What's the word before LAC? I'm sorry, it's a little blurry for me.
Counselor,
LAC. Okay, I'm looking that up. Keep going.
Here, I can make this bigger for us vision impaired folks. There, how about that?
Ayanana said licensed associate counselor.
Hi.
Oh, that's so good.
Can you all see that now?
Yeah, I can see.
Much better.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Okay, counselor. LAC means licensed associate counselor.
So what does that mean?
So it's associate, like an associate's degree. So she's like got her 2-year counselor.
So is it a comma, like she's both, or is that just like a synonym?
So I'm assuming that she only has her associate's degree in counseling.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like he was going to find out how to get away with it, and she was finding out how to. Oh man, I'm looking into her next. Go ahead.
Can someone tell me what that a licensed associate counselor means? Because I'm just guesstimating.
I got that. What does LAC stand for in counseling? Other common titles for this provisional license
Yeah.
are
Associates.
LEC or LAPC, and it's a provisionally licensed professional counselor who has completed a master's level counseling program,
Wow.
passed national exams, and is currently working towards full licensure. Blah 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 blah.
So are
blah.
you saying like a master's degree or just licensing?
Yeah, they finished a master's degree.
Wow.
Yeah, master's level counseling program. These systems are either 2 or 3 tiers and provide both professional development and mentoring or mentorship for new counselors, as well as added assurance for clients that they are receiving the best care possible.
Well, she's a
So,
smart cookie.
Yeah, she's smart. That much.
so she's pretty much got the grounds to do everything except write prescriptions. If I'm not,
She's just not. She's not fully licensed.
She's not a doctor yet. She's still a.
Yeah, she hasn't finished her doctorate.
And I think the only thing that'll change is that when you get that, you'll be able to like write prescriptions and all that, because that's a whole different ballgame.
Yes, it is. All right, she's in Jersey.
So it's basically the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist.
Okay, but where does the youth come into play? Is it a special class for that, or if you're licensed, are you qualified to, like, say Stacy, when working in prison, could she go counsel young adults with the same license, or is that like a?
You mean like adults versus children?
Or, well, I know they're not children because they're college age, but I'm just saying, is like, do you have to have a special target area, or is it just overall, like, do you like, because she seems to have a focus area, and I've never seen that in a.
Well, that is her focus areas when you're transitioning, like out of school and going into like adulting.
Right.
That's what I would think, I guess. I don't know.
All right, let's see.
Kainana says, I can counsel teens with only a bachelor degree. Wow. I did not know that. That is interesting.
All right, she's in New Jersey, so I'm checking out the New Jersey.
Because some schools have like programs you can take, like, you know how like they have like specific nursing programs where you can become like what is an LPN?
Yep, LPN or RN, yeah.
Or CPA and CPN.
Right. And so there's like different levels. So there's like different levels of it versus having to go, 4 years to get your master's and then into something else. So it's kind of like a little bit of the programming is different, like from when I went to college.
So is it like you better make up your mind at the beginning? Because what if you get into it and you're like, this isn't for me. I want to counsel somebody different. Can you change it up, or are you just screwed?
No, you can change it up. That's what I did. I could have become a professional student. I started off in law, and then I went to med, and then I went back to law.
Okay, it says before you can become fully licensed as an LPC, you need to become a licensed associate counselor. So that's what she is right now.
Okay, so it's like stages. Got it.
Mm-hmm. This allows you to engage in professional counseling under supervision until you acquire enough experience to qualify for full LPC licensure. As an LPC, you can independently engage in counseling activities like referrals, research activities, assessments and appraisal, and counseling interventions, including developmental, facilitative, and preventative. So
I'm seeing a lot of research. This family does a lot of research. Like, yes, they're very analytical people.
So she can counsel now, but she's under supervision during this counseling.
I wonder who she works under. I'm going to look into that and write that down.
I am not very good at doodling with a mouse.
How far is New Jersey from Idaho?
That's a good question.
Because I'm trying to figure out why he was there at all.
Well, didn't he go to school near there?
Was it a scholarship, or did he choose it, or like where's he from? New Jersey? Or
He's
Pennsylvania.
originally from the East Coast.
It's a 37-hour drive.
I don't know what coast I'm on, woman. You think I know what the East Coast is?
You're the East Coast. You're Southeast Coast. He was mid East
Oh,
Coast.
Right.
really?
Because he's in the middle of the United States on the East Coast side.
But it's like
They can call it Far East too, right? Far East Coast.
yeah.
But didn't he
Like
go?
a
Wasn't he going
7-hour
to school,
flight.
Washington State?
It's
That's
like
on the West Coast.
a 7-hour
Ooh.
flight. Yeah. Yeah, Washington State is northwest of Idaho. But the corners touch. So where he went to school was not far from where the incident happened.
No, he went to school in Washington. I think it was
Washington
only within
State.
15 minutes
Right.
of where those girls were. But with that being said, do you guys remember the guy that was all over TikTok the chef? I wonder if they knew each other. Remember how he was posting all that weird stuff and everyone thought it was the chef?
I don't remember that one, no.
Are you talking about the food truck driver?
No, the
Or
chef
the one in
guy.
the restaurant? The one in the restaurant that said that.
Yeah, the Middle Eastern guy.
Yeah, the one that, and then all of a sudden the clips were out and you could hear the girls talking when they were walking back. I remember that.
Yes. So what was this guy's name again? Christopher? Wait, shoot.
Kind of, I think that was his bachelor's that he got in Pennsylvania.
I think his name's Kevin.
Shoot, where is it?
And maybe his master's too.
Brian.
What? How do you say the last name?
Kohlberg.
Kolber? Huh.
Yeah.
Kohlberg.
So 28, he'd have been 10 years older than them. So he quite possibly could have been teaching one of them or doing that, or maybe even his sister could.
Do we know what their
have.
majors were?
Where was he enrolled for his PhD? This is the question.
That was his PhD was I think it was in Washington.
Okay, then that makes a lot of sense. If he was doing his PhD in Washington and Stacy said that you're required to teach while you're going for a PhD, then to me it makes sense that one of those 4 people was in at least one course of his.
Or saw them in passing.
But it doesn't mean that they had to have met, because keep in mind, like, this day and age, especially that generation, it's very, very much so, like, social media, everything is social media. So he could just be connected to these college communities online because of the fact that he teaches, and could have just seen him in pictures and got obsessed. And when he tried to make a move and got rejected, that's all it could take with somebody like that.
This is a very good point, Kaylee. Thank you. Because somebody did mention that he had one of the girls on Instagram. So maybe he was,
yes.
I don't do Instagram, so I apologize right now. But like, do you follow people on Instagram?
You don't even have to know them. Like, you can just click on them and follow them, and it's not like you have to be accepted or you have to be okay with it. Like, you'll get a notification that someone's following you, but because of it being targeted for such, like, the younger adult and the teenagers, it's based off of, who can get the most followers and who can get the most likes. So it's very, very loose with privacy. On that aspect, like, there's no approval or like vetting it. It's a million people can follow you and you have no say in it. And then when they follow you, it's pretty, they follow you. If you're one that posts everything you do on Instagram, that could be a bad thing,
Well, from what I understand, at least the girls, I've heard a couple of times that they were very active social media. There's like a plethora of pictures of them out there.
No doubt. Everything they did was an Instagram post. Absolutely,
okay,
110%.
So now we have 2 options. We have either one of the 4 was in a course that he taught, or we have the social media connection. I don't think his East Coast life bears any connection to what happened. I think that was just his recluse. Like that's afterwards he just went home.
Okay, so
It,
could he have had a crush on her and chose to
yes,
move to Washington and go to school so he could be closer to her? Was rejected and then he pulled this stunt?
that's what I think, and I think it was Kaylee.
Or maybe he just found her after he had already moved and joined the
But he
program
but they
there.
haven't been in school very long. Semester just started in September.
Oh, and this happened in November.
Yeah.
Ah,
I
So
got a
it's like
sneaking
it
suspicion
seemed like
though.
he's been following her for a minute. Like,
Right. And who's to say that because of her like being in this on and off relationship with this boyfriend, and maybe she made a decision like in your reading to get back with the boyfriend, and maybe that because I mean he everybody suspected him at first because of the fact of the phone call. Like she tried to call him, and I mean several times, and it was I don't remember exactly it was within the time frame from the coroner. It was like it was the last thing that she did before whatever happened. So I don't even think that they were up there sleeping, to be honest. I think they came home
ooh.
from that party and he was in the closet or already in the house.
Kayanana says,
A guy he took classes with stated that Brian was always looking for a way to fit in. He would
Hmm.
find the most complicated way to explain things, and he had to make sure you knew that he knew it.
"Ooh, what does that mean?
Oh,
What does that mean?"
So that can feed into the ego thing. Like he's got to make sure that everybody in the room knows that not only is he the smartest one, but like especially that he's like trying to be cool because he didn't really have a lot of friends. So his way was to try to be. He knew everything about everything.
constant validation. This is what he's looking for.
And when he did it and get it, it probably just was a build up and a build up and build up, and that final rejection pushed him over the top. Because I've seen cases and instances of these guys online that never even interact with the female, but they feel like because like especially if they have like a social media presence and they're like an influencer of any kind, they feel like that they're talking to them just because they heart their picture and maybe comment on it and they comment back and say thank you with a smiley face. Then they in their head they're like building this something that it's not, and then whenever they do finally make the move and they show up in person and they see the oh my god what the fear and panic, some of them can't come back from that, like because of the way that they it's a hard balance from what they thought in real life. It's kind of scary though because
Raven
it
saying,
makes
"Change, she's going nine night. Nine night, Raven. Thank you for being here."
Good night, my sexy fiance.
She reminds me of Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Doesn't she?
Hmm.
Such a beautiful face and a beautiful soul.
I starred this one up here. Star says, "Do you think anyone else is involved or just this guy?"
I, I'm 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 not thinking anybody else. I'm thinking it's just him.
I don't know. As much as he is like got to be wants everybody to know how smart he is and how clever he is. I almost feel like maybe if he's got a lifetime friend or maybe his sister, I think he might have just couldn't resisted the oh maybe not even they might even know that he said it, but just something like something just to kind of for his own satisfaction to show how proud he was, or and maybe it could have just been that post online, but I don't see him waiting a month to do that. I honestly don't. I think his sister knows because of her line of work. There's no way that there was no red flags, and if so, then she should probably get another job.
This is Star. That's a really good question. I like how she put, I can't help but wonder why he asked if anyone else was arrested. Could that be like a narcissistic trait?
Oh, you mean he asked that?
That's what she said. She's like, I can't help but wonder why he asked if anyone else was arrested when he was. Like, there have been those people who have ended lives in the past that's part of their enjoyment is they want everyone to know it was them. and not anybody else. Like they wanted complete clarification. That was part of the thing for them. I
Well,
wonder if
now
that's
I didn't know he said that, but if he did, I that makes me a little curious of the fact that it took that long for the people that were in the house to notice anything went south, and even when they did, the way they went about it. I mean, I'm not saying they did anything; they could have just been panicking, but I can say I would not panic like that. But I
I
wasn't there.
I agree with what you're saying, Kaylee. The family had to have some sort of a red flag about him.
Right, but I'm saying there's no way that he did that and they didn't make a peep. And I mean, they had all just got home. I mean, granted they went to different sorority parties or whatever. How did nobody in the house get alerted until he was in there on top of them, you know? Like I understand there was different stories, but that just I gotta think that that would be very noisy. They would be screaming and
I
thudding and thumping.
It makes me think he was in that house prior to them getting home.
Yeah, but they were in different rooms. Even if he got to Kaylee and Maddie first, wouldn't that have wouldn't that have alerted the other one and her boyfriend that were down the hall? Or maybe they were drunk and just out of it.
Now,
Maybe.
I thought the two rooms were on separate floors. Am I wrong?
All of
I
them are.
think
So there's two rooms down in the. It's because it's a tri-level. So in the garden room, I think there's two bedrooms. On the middle floor, there's two bedrooms, and on the top floor, there's two bedrooms.
Right, but I
right.
thought the two girls were in one room on the second floor.
Third floor
Oh, they were on
Mhm.
the third floor. Okay, and then the
Mhm.
guy and the girl were
on
on
the
the second
second
floor.
floor.
Yeah.
And then there
So
was
I'm
two other
wondering,
people that were in the basement floor.
is it
Hmm.
that type of a house that
So
you
you know
know?
how typical tri-level houses, because I had a tri-level house when I was on the East Coast. So when you walk in, well, on the West Coast, you kind of like walk in and it's like a set of stairs going up and a set of stairs going down. There's really no middle floor. Now the tri-level home in the East Coast is you go in the front door and that's like where my kitchen, formal dining room, living room, and formal living room was. And then upstairs is where a set of bedrooms were. And then if you went back down to the main floor where the kitchen was, there's like stairs that went down, which was like a whole nother like mini apartment that had its own like little kitchen. And that's how this house was set up, where it actually had like three separate like whole floors that had bedrooms in it, not like a typical tri-level that's just like a foyer that separates the third floor from the first floor. Can you guys envision that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
So that's making me think then that if you heard anything, it might have been a muffled,
If someone was on the first floor,
right? Or even on the second floor, but just a different.
well, being that the serious damage was done on the third floor, which was I've watched videos of where it was located, where their bedroom was located, comparatively speaking, to the bedrooms that were on the floor below them, which is on the other side of the house.
Right.
So, and then on the basement floor, it's just the opposite. Like the kitchen was over that floor's bedrooms.
Right.
So the way the bedrooms were set up was very staggered. So you would have to be able to like
Excuse me.
be directly underneath that bedroom to hear that kind of scuffling going on. And I don't think the people on the very first floor, the basement floor, would have heard anything at all.
Yeah, I
The
think
second
you're
floor may
right.
have heard it, and that may have been what startled them, and that's why the second floor um was attacked.
And I'm certainly not insinuating that any of the four who have passed were, completely obliterated, but they were at places where they could have had a few drinks and they could have been, pleasantly drifting when this was going on and just may not have heard anything, unfortunately. Did they ever get like I guess they can't tell who would have been attacked first. Like, did he go to the third floor first, then the second, or was it the second floor first and then the third? Or
Denise
I
says
think
self gratification, isn't it a narcissistic trait? Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely.
absolutely, Denise. Very good question. And with the way he even took his mug shots was, and that's not allegedly, because that's fact. It's actual documentation of it. You can see his proudness. He doesn't look sad. He doesn't look upset. He
no.
doesn't look like he has remorse. He's not carrying those traits of someone that is indicative of someone that is feeling remorseful for their actions.
And that's what coinciding with him asking that question if anybody
Yes,
else was arrested. That goes completely together.
correct. He doesn't want anybody else to take his fame.
Exactly.
So that makes me think that maybe he's a copycat himself. Like, you know, like
do
a
you remember?
copycat killer.
Yes, you said him earlier.
The
Not Dexter, but the
Ted
guy. Yeah, the one that went to that same college and was in the same classes.
Bundy.
Wow. No, I'm right there with you, Denise. That face does not match that crime. Yep.
Could he have met them at the frat party or in downtown Moscow that night? I think
No,
he'd been chasing her for a minute. That was my gut feeling.
I don't think it's a coincidence that he followed the two girls that he followed on Instagram, which was Kaylee and Maddie.
A friend of the force stated that the house was creaky, making it difficult to move without making noises.
That's what makes me suspect that he was waiting for them, because then he wouldn't have had to move, but the move.
And in the cards, it said that he had been sitting there waiting. So he was probably waiting for them to get home.
Oh, I guarantee it. Because if it, like I said, with the whole social media thing, if he had been following her like that closely on social media, I'm sure it wasn't very hard with his, what he's studying and what his research it was based off his major. I would say he would know how to watch them to learn their patterns and their habits and what, and probably was waiting for them like in the closet, in the shadows, and in that bedroom itself. So I don't think they ever were sleeping. The other ones probably got a chance to lay down, but honestly, I don't think that they were just probably because of the fact that on his way out of the house, I'm sure maybe he realized there was movement and they seen him, and it was something that simple. But I think the targets were the two on the third floor, and maybe not even Maddie, but I think he was obsessed with Kaylee.
And Kaylee was the one on the third floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, her
Yeah.
and Maddie were in the same room. They were.
Wow. I will not be surprised if in the next few days we see information about how his family had some sort of red flags. I mean, my like I'm sitting here as a parent thinking, my child is enrolled in a doctoral program in Washington State, and all of a sudden he comes home to Pennsylvania. Like, okay.
Yeah, but think about it, the timing. It's perfect timing because everybody's home for the holiday. So it probably really just brushed under the rug as normal behavior. You got to think about it on that aspect.
But there's a break.
But the other one took off to California.
There's
the chef.
There's a break for the holidays, but not from the day that the incident happened to the day that he got arrested. I mean, he still would have had courses to teach and courses to take. So when did he go home?
I got a sneaking suspicion it was probably when break started, because from the November 13th, I think a week later they go on break.
Listen to this. Okay, the guy, I don't know why I'm stuck on him, but the chef that was exploiting himself, getting the attention, I think was taking away from the one that took off to Pennsylvania. That's why he posted the video of him with that white Hyundai and looking in the car and then traveling. That's the TikTok guy, the chef guy.
That's a whole other category of crazy. Why would you do that?
To take the attention and have everybody searching in California, which is on the exact opposite side of the country.
Yeah.
And that's probably why he asked, did anybody else get arrested? I bet you the TikTok guy either knows him or knew he needed to cause distraction. He knows either about it or he knew he needed to cause distraction for this Brian guy.
And if so,
then you're right, because he could have gave him a heads up, hey, they're leaving the restaurant, and so that he could be in the house when they got there. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
But if there is a connection, then now I can understand the TikTok guy doing his little idiotic things to kind of sway attention away from Kohlberg towards him.
Stars says Ted Bundy.
Yeah, there's some similarities there, I'll tell you.
They went to the same college and the same classes.
And he represented himself in the whole shindig. I mean, and had a whole life that didn't even suspect that he had a violent bone in his body. Very charismatic. Very.
And the police did say, Kayanana says, the police did say that Kaylee was being harassed, stalked, and threatened for a couple of weeks prior to this incident. I remember because she told her dad that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I heard her dad say that, but I've never heard who. So I wonder if they didn't know who and she felt like maybe she was getting like blocked phone calls or, on anonymous messages from somebody, with a fake account, just sending pictures of her, letting it be known that she's being followed and being watched.
Or maybe she didn't want her boyfriend
seems like he'd be that type.
Remember, what did you tell Adam or whatever his name was? Adam? Her statement. She goes, well, what did you tell him? She's like, I told him everything. So maybe she was telling him, maybe this girl, maybe not had a relationship with Brian, but about maybe entertained the idea, maybe like someone said earlier with, the online thing and
just being nice in it. She fueled it. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
And then they're going to come after you for this or something like that. Remember when they were
walking? What if, oh my God, what if like he like was being creepy and found her, account,
yeah.
And like screenshotted it and like sextortion and blackmail.
And remember when he goes, what did you tell him? I told him everything. So maybe she told him about that. And then that's the guy that's stalking.
That's what I'm saying.
She had to tell somebody.
Right, because if not, he was going to blast her and her boyfriend was going to see it as cheating because I doubt he knows. I dang sure don't think her daddy knows.
Mm-hmm.
And see, Denise, I agree with you. I think this is a guy who was rejected on numerous occasions. And I think it just got to a point where she was going to be his example. Like
look at his eyes. I don't see him having the balls to make a move, honestly. I see him just going the route of
What's his sign? Do we know what his birthday is?
No.
It should be on his arrest record.
The LinkedIn thing, it should say.
Woo.
Like how much he weighs, his birthday, eye color.
On this one? No, that just says where he's at. On the, is it this one?
Thing.
No, it's not that one. We'll get to that one. How about this one?
No.
Booking date, custody date.
No. This one, maybe?
Oh, no.
No. We need to find his can someone pull up his where okay, well hold on. Let me see if I can do it. We'll go here. You guys are probably gonna see yourself for a minute. Okay, let's go here. Where's he at again? What institution?
Oh, he's in Scranton. Let's see if I can find it in one of these articles.
Montgomery, is that a place in there? Montgomery County? I think it said.
We have community. Look, Lackawanna, Scranton Jail, inmate roster, Scranton City.
I'm looking. Not
Oh, no, this one.
seeing.
No, that's not it. That's not what I'm looking for.
Monroe.
Monroe.
Mm-hmm. That's where he was arrested at his parents' house. Monroe County.
Yeah, that's all I'm seeing right now is Monroe County. This looks interesting.
Oh wow, I didn't.
Okay, so we need to go to Montgomery County Jail roster and visitation. Inmate roster. And his name is what?
Kohlberg, I think it's KOHBERGER.
CFGJKO. Well, he's not in that one.
First name Brian.
He's not in that one.
Hmm.
What did it say?
Cayenne is usually right on top of these things. If anybody in the chat knows where he's currently being housed.
Monroe County Correctional Facility.
Okay, Cayenne says November 11th, 1994. That must be his date of birth.
November 11th. He's a Scorpio.
Are you kidding me? He did that shit like right that close to his birthday?
Yeah, how about it, huh?
That was right after his birthday.
Yep.
Huh. There's got to be a significance of that.
Maybe it had something to do with maybe a birthday party of some sort.
I don't know. I didn't know that he graduated. He had a degree in where's DeSales, Pennsylvania.
He's only 28 years old.
Yes.
Maybe he spent his birthday alone. And that bothered him.
And his birthday would have been on Saturday, the day before. Friday.
Maybe she stood him up.
Maybe
she like entertained him online just to be nice, and then kind of blocked him. That, you know, I've done stuff like that, just in an uncomfortable situation. I've nod and grin and then block them, like, just because it's easier than saying, ew, you're a weirdo to their face, you know? Or online, even in chat, like, or in like a DM or whatever. I bet you he's the type that would be like, okay, well, let me see if she'll talk to me if I act like this dude that looks like her boyfriend in like a catfish scenario. And maybe she thought she was meeting somebody else.
All right, here's from I just got an answer to one of my questions from the New York Times. B.K. Norton, who was in the same graduate program as Mr. Kohlberg, said that he continued attending classes after the killings had occurred and seemed more animated at the time than he had been earlier in the semester. He seemed more upbeat and willing to carry a conversation. Oh, and this is a Ms. Norton said in an email. She said Mr. Kohlberger was interested in forensic psychology. She said that he was quiet, intense demeanor had made people uncomfortable, as he had comments he made against LGBTQ people. Ooh.
Oh, and the girls were sleeping together.
He sort of creeped people out because he stared and didn't talk much. But when he did, it was very intelligent, and he needed everyone to know he was smart. Wow. And his apartment complex was in Pullman, Washington.
Which I think it said it was 15 minutes from the crime scene.
Yeah. Oh my.
Kayanana says his extradition date is January 3rd at 3:30. So here's a letter or his like ad, I guess, for this research project. Hello, my name is Brian, and I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. Like, who would admit? I'd be like, yeah, I want to join this and like go commit a crime and then tell you what happens. If you think about it, like, right?
Yeah.
To be part of the research project, you would have to go commit a crime and then go back and reflect on how you were thinking at the time.
Is this how? Wait a minute. Let me see. I'm inviting you to participate.
This was targeted for incarcerated prisoners.
Oh, this was to the prisoners?
From my understanding.
Okay. I think there might be some confusion here. I don't think he was targeting prisoners. I think he was targeting people who had committed criminal offenses in the past. And the survey, because it says here, it seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense.
Well, it says on here on the New York Times things that he did a Reddit post from about 8 months ago that was targeted to I guess so it would be prisoners that were out. So it would be,
convicts.
Yeah, like ones that were convicted of something.
Right. So I don't think he was seeking to speak to actual prisoners. I think he was seeking to speak to people who had committed crimes and wanted their thoughts and feelings about, for them to kind of delve back to the time and explain to him.
Yeah, he wanted to know like what made him tick, like how they picked their victim, like how they picked the timing, how they picked the crime itself, like whether it be R or he wanted to get into the nitty gritty of why they did it in more, was it impulse, was it premeditated. And I also just read in that New York Times article that he was, other students on campus said that he was like very passionate about his studies and he was very interested in the policing aspect of it. So that to me tells me that he was interested in how to get away with it.
And it says also in that article, before moving to Pullman, Washington, Mr. Koberger had spent much, if not all of his life in the Pocono Mountain region of Pennsylvania. And then someone who was a year ahead of him in high school said he was known to have a temper.
Really?
And that he did kickboxing possibly as a way to get his anger out. This person said she used to occasionally hang out with him as a part of a group, once hiking a mountain near her parents' house, but had not seen him since 2017. And the Pleasant Valley School District, where he worked as a security officer, that's in Pennsylvania. That's the district that he went to school in.
Kayanana said that he just finished his first semester at WSU before these killings. So he was new to that campus. Thank you, Kayanana. Do you want me to post it?
Welcome to arrest.
Bail has been denied. No doubt. He just wants inside their brain.
Wow.
Why you gotta look so cute? Why you gotta look at me like that?
Oh, is that Roro?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Some of this information is just crazy. How do I make this bigger? Guys, is this the arrest record that you sent me? I think I have to download them. Because I can't really see them.
You're okay.
This is why I can't wait to have a dog. Somebody to cuddle with at nighttime. Oh, here we go. Now I can make this bigger. Oh, okay. Hearing docket. Awaiting extradition.
So what is 4chan?
It's another social media outlet. I don't really know much about it, but I have heard some really nasty things that go on. There's a lot of child things going on there.
It's kind of similar to Reddit, except it's way more, how do I say this? Uh, Free. Like it's not, what's the word? There's way less rules and policies and regulations, so it's like stuff like that can be on there and go and not be, I guess, go unnoticed because a lot of people don't use it. And I've noticed that the type of people that do, birds of a feather flock together. I'm just gonna say it because I only know it exists because High Noob is been using it, and what's the other one? Discord is like the first time I had ever heard it. I learned of them at the same time, but it's very much so set up like a I don't know. I can't think of anything similar because Reddit, like, you're not going to get on there and see anything naked. And on this, like, if you're not careful what you click on and you don't have your settings set up for stuff like that, like, you might just find yourself in some uncomfortable situations is all I'm going to say.
She's like in some real uncomfortable situations. Okay, ladies, I will be right back. Chit chat amongst yourselves. I will be right back.
Okay.
The only way I know about it is I just happened to watch a couple of videos from YouTube about, there's some sort of an organization, I don't even know who it is trying to, thwart, older men and young girls or boys kind of hooking up on these things. And
right,
that's how I heard about 4chan. I mean, I'd never been on it, never seen it, never heard of it before. So
all I can say, I was on it for about 10 minutes and I had to go take a bath. It just made me feel dirty inside and out, and like I needed to go to church too. Like,
now this anonymous post that was made that allegedly is him, isn't there? I mean, I would love to know this because I'm so interested in this type of stuff. But isn't there a way that digital forensics can, like, map the IP address and find out who made that comment? And the crickets chirp. I'm talking to myself. I know Tainted walked away and Kaylee's not here. What happened? Oh my gosh. Please don't make it that I have to entertain y'all because This ain't gonna happen. God, we have to call Edie Ruth tomorrow and make sure she's okay, because she really sounds very sick. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just up here entertaining. Thank God you can't see me, so I don't have to dance. All right, 4chan. There's a series of wholly anonymous anything goes forums. 4chan in its layout and fundamental operation is not terrifically different from Reddit. Okay. Kai, thanks for sending me the arrest report. That's interesting. It doesn't seem like he's had any previous issues with the law. I would assume that that is somehow on there, but maybe that's just the initial, I don't know, the initial report for just that incident. I don't know. Never been in trouble with the law, so I can't tell you. I'm glad bail was denied. All right, so as far as I know, Tainted or Lawless Mystic, Guyana, Kaylee, and I are in here. Denise is still with us, I believe. I hope. Star, I hope, is still with us. We're dwindling. Uh, I ain't gonna lie. I need somebody to cuddle with and to pamper me. And I'm getting rather annoyed I don't have that at the moment. So, yeah, I agree. I think most of them left too. It's only us die hard. Ugh. I'm sure I'll be napping on and off throughout the day tomorrow. But muster up the strength to go next door and get my bottle of champagne, so I'm ready for the new year. Wondering if my granddaughter is going to make it this year. Crystal's given her the last 2 years, allowed her to stay up to watch the ball drop, and she ends up passing out on the couch. So I don't know if this year will be her first year to actually see it or not, but that'll be fun. It'll be kind of interesting in Salty's chat.
I'm over here just talking to myself. I had myself on mute. I know. Where's my seatbelt?
I was just going to say it's going to be interesting tomorrow night on Salty's Live, since we're in like 3 different time zones.
I think that's why he's starting it at 9.
So is it 9 his time, or?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 11 p.m. my time.
I think that's what he was saying.
Let me check.
I could be mistaken, though.
We have to stay on and wish each other Happy New Year. Why am I? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Now it says scheduled for 9 p.m. And it usually shows me the time for me, which is 9 p.m.
Which I think is 7
p.m. for him. 6 p.m. for like Steve and anybody else around that area. Oh, I don't know if we're actually going to see it the ball drop for any of us because he usually doesn't stay on that long.
It'll probably be one of his latest wives.
Probably. All right, Kai. Sweet dreams, my
Thank you for
girlfriend.
coming, Kainana. I know you don't feel good.
Love you, girl.
Quick healing prayers to you, sweetheart. I don't like it when people get sick.
Oh, Denise, nothing happened. I was taking a head count as to who's still here. I don't know what happened to Kaylee. We lost her. Oh no, there she is. What the hell?
I know. I put her back on and I'm like, yip, 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 yip. And then I was like, oh, I'm muted.
I'm having a hard enough time here, people. Don't mess with my brain even more.
Sorry, I got my Bluetooth in and I had you muted because I was tending to my crotch goblin.
Your what?
Crotch goblin. My son calls them. Remember, Kaylee, remember I go, oh, I have to tell you what my son calls his.
Yeah.
And his wife from Florida. Crumb toys.
What'd you say?
What you think I said? Crumb toys.
This is what, and how old is he?
26.
Yeah, my son's around that age. They're
Wait.
gross buggers.
He'll be 27 this year. This next.
Does it rhyme with
bum toys? It rhymes with bum, but comes out your weenus.
That
toys.
Oh, I mean your mom calls you your little twat.
No,
oh yeah. Mama calls me her little twat.
I say it's a family thing.
Oh, sweet.
Did you see her little post when I was like, oh, you didn't call me your little twat? She goes, well, if I had your little twat, I'd be getting more action.
What the fuck?
I told you, them New Zealand little Kiwis and Australians, they have a different type of.
Yeah, I'm learning that. I am learning that.
I'd say they have different filters for sure.
Maybe they don't have filters. That's what I'm.
Well, you said it, not me.
All right, since you two were back and chatting happily, I'm going to get myself some ice cream. I will be right back.
Okay.
Of course.
Let's see. We'll do some intermission. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, look. So pretty.
So, in your opinion, why would like some of the things or some of the cases or even like readings, why like do certain ones physically weigh on me heavier than most? Is there a reason for that, or is that like a sign to stay away from it or like look closer? Like I'm trying to understand like what my body's trying to tell me, and it's kind of weirding me out a little bit.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like when you were saying like how we kind of like imprint on certain cases, so to say, or some of them like draw us in, but I've never had what happened last night when and it wasn't the whole reading, it was when you got to that certain part, and then from then on, I mean, it just kept, every time you got those two cards again, it got more and more intense to the point where I was standing up to go throw up, and I was so lightheaded, I about passed out. Like I had to sit down on the floor, and I guess I can tell you now because hindsight's 2020, but I was pretty much stripped down to nothing but my underwear because I was like pouring sweat, like I was having a hot flash, like you would with menopause, and I'm not anywhere near there. Like I've never felt like that before.
Was this your reading?
For which reading?
No, Alex.
Oh, so this was last night.
Mm-hmm. And then whenever we moved on and was doing Dylan, like I was fine. I started sitting back up. I wasn't sweating, and like it went away. But I mean, I've never been that I don't even have an explanation for it because that's never happened before. Like almost like if you were like overheated, like outside getting hot, getting too hot. Like that's the only thing I can compare it to. But I've never really had been overheated to know if it was a very strange feeling. Like it was from I could feel it like from the tip of I just got hot, like sweating and clammy and just that's why I kept muting and y'all were like and would have to take a minute to come back because I was way way away from the phone because I was thought I was going to throw up. I kind of stayed halfway to my bedroom and the bathroom for a minute until I knew for sure.
Wonder why you would have such a strong reaction to someone else's reading.
Because she's close to it. The case.
Yeah, but I'm closer with Dylan's. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, is it a sign that I need to get closer to it, or that I should stay away? Like I'm not really. It's all kind of new to me with all of this kind of stuff. So I'm just trying to learn. Like, is it my intuition trying to steer me, and I like which way? What does it mean? Like, should I? I don't know. Like,
That's interesting.
but I do know I made a point to write down the 2 cards because I felt like it was significant. It was when you kept getting them. I mean, Margie, it was the craziest thing. She did 5 decks readings and got the exact same cards except one. I think there was one different card in the first reading. Every deck she got the same cards.
Oh, that is bizarre. Oh, I wished I would have made it. I'm so sorry I missed that.
And I've watched a lot of tarot stuff. I've never seen that happen ever. Like even when they do different readings like months later, like they might have maybe one similar, but I mean every freaking card.
It was like the same story was being repeated.
Yes, because I can almost say that I think it was in the same order. Like it maybe a little different, but it's making my hair stand up just thinking about it.
Kaylee, you read cards too?
Yes, but I'm not anywhere near as confident in it. That's what I'm trying to like pick Tained's brain because I know that I have the intuition. I just don't know how to disconnect the emotion and the logic from it. So I don't know I don't know how to separate the two.
I mean, I'm not a card reader or anything like that, but just hearing what you were saying makes me feel like you're obviously very, very close to something as far as that case is concerned. And I don't see that as a sign saying back off. I see it more as a sign saying that you need to remember to take care of yourself while you're in the midst of this. I mean, I've heard that a lot from law enforcement, especially how, while they're in the midst of a case, they really kind of turn everything off just so they can focus. But that when it's over, it does take a toll.
Right.
And that worries me about you.
Well, and I kind of have been kind of having ups and downs with this stuff with Dylan, but if I'm being completely honest, I haven't. I'm not gonna say I haven't thought about it because I would be lying, but on a research level and an investigative level, I haven't really messed with Alex's case anymore. So it's really weird that I even kind of word vomited and asked Tainted to do a reading on him last night. And I honestly had no idea why I did. Like I had no plans of it, no thoughts of it, no intentions of it. It just kind of happened.
Maybe you're more emotionally connected to Alex's case than Dylan's and you don't even realize it. Or maybe some sort of information is getting ready to come out about Alex's case, and that was your sign to protect thyself. I mean,
Right.
this is just what's coming to me. Now, I will say, in all matters of transparency, I've gone to the same psychic twice in my life, many years apart. She was dead on both times. And she told me, and I believe her because of an incident in my life, that I definitely have the gift. I just have to allow it to come out. That there's
Right.
something in me that is kind of just like keeping a hand on it and saying, just not yet, not yet. But I had a very vivid dream about my brother, and he died shortly after that. And I've had several other things happen in my life where it's almost like I have premonitions. So I'm just saying, in my mind and in my heart, I'm feeling like you're being told to just care for yourself, protect yourself, so that whatever happens, you're not going to suffer from it.
Right. And see, I think what I'm struggling with this whole, I guess, spiritual journey I'm on, if I'm being honest, is because I'm probably up until about 8 months ago, I don't even know where I stood on a spiritual or any of that aspect, because I could have told you straight in the face without any hesitation that I didn't believe in God, that I didn't necessarily not believe in. I wasn't like shut out to it, but you was gonna have to do a really good, like you would have to convince me with proof, something I can see, touch, feel, and and no one's been able to do it yet. So I haven't necessarily sought out to try to connect with it. It's just been like, that's not my thing. That's not my. I've just kind of put it on the back burner. It's not like I'm not for it. I'm not against it. It's just I don't come from a religious family. I've never even been in a church. I wouldn't know what to do when I walked in. When I wouldn't even know how to dress, if I'm being honest. Like, so I've kind of been a little more open to something because of where I was at in my life at the time, that I was trying to feel closer to my Meemaw that passed away. And she was very into like Tara and like the afterlife, but she wasn't religious. So I had a hard, because she never broke it down and explained it to me, and she kind of passed away before I was old enough for her to do that and me to be able to grasp it. I've never understood that you can have one and not the other, that God is, you don't have to believe in God to believe in spirit and energies and stuff. And I'm kind of teaching myself in a way as like as I stumble upon it. And as I've been doing it, like these weird things have been happening as a result, like dreams that I don't remember having any dreams throughout my life, but I have these vivid dreams that are people that I don't know and don't recognize, but I can smell the smell and I can feel the feelings. And then I wake up and I'm crying and I don't know why. And then so I kind of shut it out because it freaked me out a little bit, but I've been a little bit more receptive. And I just don't know how to separate the logic of none of this makes sense. How is this happening? And I think that in my brain wanting to analyze it and find like a scientifical explanation for it is taken away from whatever the spiritual experience is, because I can't put my head around the fact that it's possible that it's happening because I can't see it, touch it, smell it. I'm probably not making any sense, but
No, no, no. You're making perfect sense. And this is just taking me back to what Tainted Ink said the other day. Tainted Mystic. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Was saying the other day about the two of
You're
you
fine.
is you struggle between your head and your heart when it comes to every situation. And I think your heart is at this point is kind of showing itself and saying, there's a connection other than a logical connection that you have with these cases that you're connected to, Kaylee. I think there's
but
also
why?
some sort of emotional connection.
Because of your palm print.
And there's no reason why. It just is. And that's the hardest thing to wrap your head around. Take it from
Yes,
somebody who's completely analytical. It's the
because
hardest thing to wrap your head around, but you have to let that question go. Don't ask that anymore. Don't ask, why am I feeling this way about this? Just feel it. You were meant to feel it, obviously, or you wouldn't be feeling whatever it is you're feeling.
but
So,
sometimes the feelings aren't pleasant, and I don't like to deal with my own like sad and emotional feelings, so it's kind of like really freaks me out, and I can't concept how I feel that kind of um like just sadness that in the pit of my stomach for somebody that I've never even met in person. And that to me is even harder because I mean, I've cried more about Alex than I have about anything in my real life, and I don't, I don't cry. I'm not an emotional person. I'm actually pretty closed off in my real life, and I don't let people get close to me because of my experiences. And like, it's just weird to feel something so deeply with something that's has nothing to do with me, but yet I don't have that capability to do that with stuff in my personal life.
All right,
So
think about, here's a good example that happened to you not long ago. That little one that
what the heck in the freaking chat is there somebody with the name of the guy that just got arrested?
Do what?
Get out.
That there's Brian. What is that?
Oh my God.
Well, hello.
And
How
how is
gross.
prison treating you, sir?
Well, we
I
know
got a
it's not
sneaking
him.
suspicion. It's probably the same one who goes in Lincoln's as Brian Laundrie.
So, Kaylee, what I was saying was
we should invite him on panel. Maybe he could tell us why he did it.
Oh, yeah. Come on up.
You want to come up, Brian?
Oh, are you trying to be relevant? I get it, you fucking weirdo.
Be nice. Be nice. This
Sorry.
is a nice channel.
Yeah, but
It's a
that's just
happy
weird.
channel.
Okay, it's probably Sea Org.
Sea Org doesn't even have me. I don't even think.
Oh, yeah, he puts James Brenner's picture, so I mean, it wouldn't be far-fetched.
Oh, it could be, huh? Come on, Brian. You want to come up? Here, we'll invite you up. I live dangerously.
I'm in the side.
Probably the same person who porn bombed Miss T earlier.
Oh, someone got bombed.
I mean, you did last night.
I know, and
Remember,
I invited them up too.
You invited them up, and they bailed.
I know, chickens.
Oh, I know who Danielle was thinking, and it probably is. Just Mike.
Oh,
who the heck is Just Mike?
He's a professional troll.
Oh.
And he seems to always find himself wherever Danielle's at on YouTube.
Don't forget that he also, one of his alter egos on YouTube is a girl called Caroline, because he stalks pedophiles.
Well, I know I've been a witness. He very much so stalks Danielle in a very creepy way that makes me uncomfortable, and I'm not her.
And doesn't he have a cowboy something or other? Well,
listen,
I created his account tonight.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
hey,
Brian.
You just created your account today, so guess what? Come on panel in a couple minutes or get blocked.
Oh, bam, bam! You heard? Ambassador of chat.
Kai ain't playing.
She's got a wrench. Better calm down.
It doesn't say he has any videos, and he doesn't have any subscribers here. I'll subscribe.
Kainana said he just made his account today. So it's a troll for sure.
I also just said, because I just looked at I got my son's game. I just went and looked at the channel.
You should come join us on panel, Brian. Kill him with kindness, right? Moving right along. So what were we saying again?
Oh, I was just saying to Kaylee that there's a situation you were involved in not long ago. It was that little one that was lost and unfortunately found in water. Yeah. And it seemed to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed to me that during the lost part, before they found this child, you were very focused. You were involved in the looking for the child, and you were very focused on the different, parts of that particular case, as short as it was. And then as soon as they found the child, you melted down, which is completely understandable. Maybe this situation you've just had is a way for you to kind of, like it's a valve, okay, let's let out a little bit of emotion now, then tighten it, let out a little more later, then tighten it, so that you're not falling like you did with that kid. Does that make sense? Am I making sense to you?
To be quite honest, like, you kind of caught me off guard there a little bit, because I hadn't even thought about that.
Danny, I'll do it for you, so you can. Go ahead, Kaylee.
No, I'm just kind of thinking, because I hadn't even thought about that. To be honest, I've like, I'm not gonna say I forgot about it, but I've kind of suppressed that into a unless it's absolutely necessary. So that's a good point. I hadn't even considered that being a thing, because that was not that these other things were planned or whatever, but that that was that was just different.
And that's the only situation, because I don't know you that long. So that's the only situation I have to kind of refer back on as far as you're concerned, and how you deal intelligently, mentally, and emotionally with these situations that you're involved in. I truly think that this is just a sign to you that you need to care for yourself when you're involved in all of this stuff. It's just, I don't know. It's just the feeling and the thoughts that I'm getting.
There's some cases that are going to be more drawing to you, that you could become more emotionally attached to, and then there'll be others that you'll be like, oh, this is, just going on in the news, and then there'll be something that'll catch you and you'll be like, I needed
Well,
to make,
this
like you say, I needed to make sense.
right. Well, the situation she's talking about was kind of like um, it was. I'm not gonna say I didn't have a choice, because I mean I'm an adult. I make my own decisions. But I mean, when I tell you it's literally like in my backyard, like I listened to that helicopter circle round and around and around for the better part of 5 days, nonstop, 24 hours, sun up to sundown. They would switch out whenever they need to refuel, and then
Are you
they would
talking
bring
about on the
drones.
Are you talking about on the laundry case?
No, I'm talking about it was what, Marzi, like maybe a month ago.
Yeah.
Um, it was right around Thanksgiving. I think it was the weekend after. Um, it was a Friday. One of the boys, well, they didn't live in the neighborhood. They lived in the next county over, but their grandparents live in the neighborhood, and I've known them for several years. And they were on the pontoon boat, and the little boy fell off the front of the boat and was hit by the motor, and
Oh,
they couldn't find him for like 5 days. So it was. I'm a person that is like, I feel like I can't feel good about myself until, like, I like to say, oh, I've done everything I can. But in this situation, I couldn't do anything. There was nothing I can do, and I never ever in my life ever experienced a sense of helplessness, like, because I'm right here with, ready to give everything I got, but there was nothing that could be done. I couldn't make them. I couldn't get in the water and make it happen any faster. So it was like I don't have words for it. It was very challenging, and I still hear his mom screaming, like blood curdling scream, like, and just when I'm sleeping sometimes, because I'll never unhear that. Like, it was very sad, and it was kind of unexpected, because you don't expect to be out on the lake with your family for the day and one of your little ones not come back with you. I have a little one, so it's like kind of just. No, I didn't come out of my room for like 2 days afterwards, because I still kept hearing the helicopter even though it wasn't there anymore.
And you
And
weren't
every time,
online either. I mean, you really kind of hermited for a couple of days, which I think was exactly what you needed to do. So,
yeah, because I got online on Facebook on the local community group that I'm in, and I immediately seen the nasty people attacking his family, blaming the dad and saying he needed to be arrested, and why didn't he have a life jacket? And that just made me really angry, because shame on people.
exactly.
Absolutely just unnecessary. You don't think I watched them. I mean, they will never be the same. The boy's 6-year-old brother watched it happen. And the dad immediately, as soon as it happened, he was in the water, diving, looking for him. And I mean, it's just it. I couldn't wrap my head around. He never came up. Like, where'd he go? How did he just not come back up? But because of the way that he went under the boat and the motor hit him, it like projected him to the bottom. I mean, I still don't know what happened. I don't know, because I had to distance myself, because it just. I stood there next to the water, and I didn't want to be there whenever they found him, but I didn't want to. I've never been that helpless. I've always been able to find something to do to help, and there was absolutely nothing that I could do. And that was just, it was very sad. And I know that I probably will never ever like let my son on a pontoon boat because of like there was nothing about it that could have been prevented, that could have been, oh, not to do that. It was just an accident. An accident. It could have happened to any one of us. It could have been me. I mean, I've could have been anybody. He just slipped through the gate at the front, and that fast. It was a very tragic situation.
In the blink of an eye, it happens.
It does.
And I really have a hard time with people commenting about the families or the person themselves. And when my daughter passed, it was a car accident. And there's a local Facebook page that she was a part of. I was a part, like we follow. Okay. My other daughter follows it. And one of the messages that I saw on there was somebody who said, well, she was probably on her cell phone. This is why you shouldn't be on your cell phone when you're driving. And that put such rage in my entire being. And I had to walk away and come back before I could answer that person. In actuality, my daughter's cell phone service was suspended because she didn't have the money to pay for it at that moment. So she was not on her phone. And how
So frustrating.
dare anybody just make an assumption like that?
And I think I even jumped on there and commented and said that exact same thing and said, you know, people, is this really the time and the place for you to come give your unsolicited opinion about something you have not a clue about?
Exactly.
And why would you not, as a community, feel the need to give them, uplift them, give them love and support instead of kicking them while they're down? I don't understand the logic of that. Even if he was in the wrong, you think now is when who are you? Like, why do you got to be the one to tell it?
I have something interesting that I would like you guys to watch. And I did message Zap Girl to see if I could use this, but it does say remix on her page. So I would like to share this with you guys. It's pretty cool.
I agree with you, Danielle. Like I seen it. Like that father especially will never ever be the same ever, because it was an accident. But
oh, those parents most definitely did not board that boat that day with their children, knowing that that was going to happen to their child, or intending
no, because
to happen.
oh my God, you just have to know that they were water babies, is what we call them around here in Florida. I mean, the dad is like a certified diver. Like they're on boats and in the water all the time. That's why they were on the boat for Thanksgiving. It was something they've done 600 times before, and this one time it was just an accident.
It just behooves me what kind of a person you must be to just make an open comment like that. You know, it just bothers me that people will do that, you know.
And the possibility that they could get on there and see that is what it's like. Why would you want to be the person to inflict more pain on an already suffering parent?
Exactly.
That's what I mean when I say Jim being so outlandish the way he does with these mothers, and even Candace and stuff, and Justin. You know, why do you got to be the one to shove it down their throat if Dylan did have a life that they were unaware of? You don't think it's a slap in the face enough to know that they don't know where he's at? You don't need to be the one to tell them that they didn't know him at all because he had a secret life. Like, why would you want to be the one to deliver that?
And no matter what anybody says or does, you cannot make it worse for any parent who loses
and
a
why
child
would you want
than
to?
what they're already going through. That is the worst it can be. Just knowing you're never going to speak to your child, hear your child, hug your child, kiss your child anymore ever again in life, period, end of sentence, is the worst place you can be as a human being. And for people
I can only imagine
act like that and say things, horrific things to a parent who has just gone through that is like I can't even forgive somebody who does that. And I am a loving, caring, forgiving woman. And it bothers me to my core every time I hear anybody blaming the parent or saying snarky, nasty things about the parent or about the person who was the victim. Come on. We have all made decisions in our lives where it probably wasn't the most safe and healthy thing for us to do. And by the grace of God, we've survived it. And if a victim made a decision that possibly put them in the path for this horrible thing to happen to them, then pray for them. Pray for their soul, that they find peace wherever it is that they're going or you believe that they're going. But you accomplish nothing by making the family or the victim seem any less of a person than they are.
Right.
I mean, I can't even imagine that it brings the person who's saying these things any joy. How can that? I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to play this. This is coming from Zab Girl's page, and this was posted an hour ago. And she always has really amazing content. Go ahead. What?
I'm saying there's like a little spiel that you're supposed to say, like if that you get away with by when you use someone else's content. If you say this, but I can't remember what it is.
I'm
fair use
content, and I also messaged her and
I think as long as you stop it every 10 or 15 seconds and commentate and talk and discuss it, then you're good and they can't strike you.
Okay.
And you have to make sure you do give credit to the creator, which you've already done that. And
yes,
I think some people also change the speed, like listen to it faster or whatever, so that it's not, it's changed. It's not exactly the same.
Change the speed. Maybe we'll slow it down.
Yeah, but just as long as you stop it like every 10 to 15 seconds and talk over it and discuss it, you should be fine.
Should we do subtitles?
Subtitles?
Okay. You guys ready?
I don't know.
There's this weird video that's going around that Brian supposedly uploaded in October. I'm going to play it for you. Trigger warning. It is kind of triggering, I guess. It could be for certain people. So just be forewarned. Okay, here it is. And actually, the music, I'm going to have to put.
So this is his baby picture. Maybe this is like his elementary school picture.
A different song over top of it because it's like a really commercialized song that they're playing that I'm sure it'd be copyright. So what I'm going to do, it's just like it's basically just music in the background. There is there's a few little sound effects, but you're not missing anything if I just put a different.
Let's get through here.
So you know what. I'm not doing it very well, but it's like somebody boom, like bass or whatever, like they're adding a little bit of their own effect.
Here we go.
What do you guys think?
October?
There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law.
What the hell?
Hope they won't shoot me down soon.
What the freak?
They sing gonna sleepless night.
Oh my.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
What?
Just thought I would share that. That was really weird, wasn't it?
Whoa.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, it says disturbing video. Zav girl.
Oh my, that is fuck. Oh wait, let me humana.
I can't even form a thought. I'm so shocked.
I can't form a sentence. I don't think I don't. October.
Danny, I asked her. I was waiting to get a message back from her, and I asked her if I could use it on the channel, parts of it, and I didn't play the whole thing. I only played like 2 parts of it, so which was the gravy and meat part of it, which was really weird. But
So
Zab
now
Girl has amazing content. I like looking at her content, and so does Chronicles of Olivia. Also makes great videos.
So now my thought is, why would he post that? I mean, what was the point?
And it was posted in like October before this happened. But it might have been for one of his, papers or videos he needed for class. But she also posted she also posted something else. Hold on. And I thought it was crazy that it said something like one of the students hold on. Maybe it was from Truth and Transparency. One of the what am I trying to spit out? One of the students had said something to the effect of, hold on. I got to find it now. It's going to drive me nuts.
Well, while Tainted Mystic is searching, chat, what are your thoughts? That is just...
Like, he had a morbid mind.
Yeah.
Like Dexter. Watch it.
I mean, I've seen people post videos of like some of these video games that they play that I just don't particularly care for. But they that's like their MO. They post these things a lot, like one
Right.
video character doing something to another video character, but that's something that they do a lot. I mean, I wonder if he's got more of this type of stuff.
What was so disturbing to me was, did you see the look of satisfaction on his face when the police lights like were in his face? Like he was, it's kind of just bone chilling. Like, oh my God. Like,
Now, was
exactly,
that him?
Yes.
No, well, even if it wasn't just him, like, resonating with it, like that's exactly what he was doing with that freaking post. There's no way.
See,
He was proud.
I was confused as to whether that was actually him or if that was like a clip from a movie or something.
Are you ready?
Yep. I guess it was him then.
Oh my God, it was him. So that was some like next level videography crap.
Why would he do that?
Okay. So you heard her. She said he was a graduate student in criminal justice at the Pullman campus, lived in an apartment complex in Pullman, Moscow. Police department confirmed at a Friday news conference. He attended the classes and finished the semester at WSU after slaying a former classmate on Friday, he told the Seattle Times.
Do what?
Yeah. This, I think I read this already. Oh, this is the Seattle Times. New York Times said the same thing.
A former classmate.
And they said he was actually more, like, not approachable, but it just seemed more outward than inward after the.
Oh, okay. I was completely like never mind. I was reading that wrong.
So it says that it says he attended classes and finished the semester at WSU after the slayings, a former classmate on Friday told the Seattle Times.
Yep.
So like he was high almost, like on a euphoria, like he was more sociable, like most people would be a shell of themselves after something like that, and he was like, "What's up, everybody? Hey, yeah, I'm feeling great."
And I was wondering, when did he go back to Pennsylvania? So he obviously did wait till the end of the semester, and then he went home.
Because if he would have left sooner, it probably would have been more...
Would have drawn attention.
More suspicious. I'm still wondering about that chef and him, that connection that could be there. That's something I want to look into.
From what the classmates that do talk, they say that he wanted friends, like he was almost too eager, but he would say stuff that was extremely offensive, so he didn't have any. Like, people didn't know how to take him.
Or not many. They said he had few friends.
Let's see what this guy has to say.
Can't hear it.
Still kind of running after finding information out. So just if you had a feel for the families, and I'm just happy justice can be served now. So
No doubt.
I can't hear it.
All right, we couldn't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it?
No.
Mm-mm.
Can you do the CC closed captioning?
Yeah. I wouldn't mind reading it.
There.
Yeah, I'll read it. That will help.
Okay.
So it says 28 years old, graduate student from Washington State University, studied criminology, arrested in Monroe County, facing 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of felony burglary, being held for extradition to Idaho.
Bail denied.
Bail denied.
Why would he even think he would have a bail?
Well, they're all
innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, I hear you.
He looks way older than that.
That is a fucked up way to take a mugshot. I'm sorry. Excuse my language. That is so fucking Ted Bundy vibe.
Yes.
Is he Jewish?
I don't know, but he is so freaking amused with himself. Like, he is.
I saw a picture of Ted Bundy and him posted together side by side, and they look quite a bit alike.
I think he might have been. Okay, so what if he was like a copycat and he didn't have it in him to be charismatic because he was so awkward? So he just said, I'm not even going to try to do the whole, seducing him. I'm just going to hide in the. I don't know. Like, it just seems like he went to the same school. Like, that's a lot of coincidences for him to end up doing what he did.
Are we going to see what that guy said?
Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if he, sat in the same chair, if he could, found out where the class he was at. Like, that would be interesting to know if he got a scholarship there or if he sought out that school.
Okay, let's see.
So a strange background for someone to now be accused of such gruesome crime.
Now I can hear it.
Able to confirm through county records out in Idaho that someone of the same name, same age, so it appears to be this suspect Koberger, had been stopped on a seatbelt violation in August. So if these charges against him are true, that means that he would have at least been in the Moscow, Idaho area at least twice. Nicole?
And Evan, you confirmed that he did receive a master's from DeSales University there in Pennsylvania. That's also where he received his bachelor's degree as well, 2 years prior.
Yeah, so a bachelor's degree.
Wait. Was he in school in Washington? Because
No,
if he was
No, he got his master's in that one, and then he was working on his. One of them was in criminal justice, and I believe he was studying criminology, and was working on his whatever the first step is on that in Washington, and he was undergrad in that. But
Oh, because
wherever the school was at,
they made it sound
he
like
was.
he was just visiting.
Well, the school that was going to is literally 10 miles from Moscow. It's literally like right the border of Washington State and Idaho is like it's 10 miles away.
Maybe this was clips before they did their research then, because they made it just sound like, oh, well, he was in Moscow twice. Well, he should have been there a lot more than twice if he was going to school there.
No, he was going to school in Washington, but it's only 10 miles away. So maybe he was driving through, or maybe he was stalking.
Yeah, or they're just
that's right, 'cause he
saying
was going
that
to school somewhere else. That's right.
they're just saying that there's record of him being in Moscow at
Right.
least twice.
I was having
Right.
brain misfunction. I was like, wait, I thought it was the different college. It was the college that was right over the border. That's right.
Okay, which one of the girls was like from somewhere else? Like all of them were from the area except one. Do you know which one was not from around there?
Mm-mm. One of them was from like Arizona.
I can't remember which one it was.
I can't either. If anybody in chat knows, let's see.
I think
or maybe it was the boy. No.
I thought it was the brunette girl.
All right, let me look it up.
The girlfriend?
Yeah, of the boy.
Maybe.
Idaho 4 students.
But I don't remember very much.
From Arizona, we think.
I think one of them was from Arizona.
Okay. It says here that Xana Kernodle from Avondale. Okay, Xana, Xana.
That's the girlfriend, the dark-haired one. That's what I thought.
Ethan was from Washington.
Oh my God, you serious?
Madison was from Idaho, and Kaylee was from Idaho.
So it is the brunette.
Ethan is from Washington State.
The guy, Ethan. Yeah.
Maybe he was completely missing it, and he was it. Because
the target.
I don't because if he was going to school in Washington, I'm saying maybe he was the student that the how we got connected. Yeah.
Okay, it says the night of November 12th, police say Chapman and Kernodle went to Sigma Chi fraternity party and returned to the rental house on King Road in Moscow, Idaho. And Megan were at the bar downtown in Moscow. Video showed the two girls at a food truck before they arrived home at 1:56. Two other roommates who were not injured in the attack because there were more than 4 people there.
Right, there were 6.
Oh, what are these text messages?
But what is the who is Alex? Do we know that? From that clip from Matt, one of the girls saying, "I told him everything." Who is she talking about? Her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
Stabbed to death in their beds and likely were asleep when the attacks occurred.
I don't think that. I don't believe that. I think
had defensive wounds and each was stabbed multiple times.
Well, since we're talking about defensive wounds, hold on just one moment. I can come back to this. So let's go to this picture that we haven't looked at yet.
Look at his eyes. Hold on.
They say the department received a call of an unconscious person at the house at King Road. They have not recovered the murder weapon yet, and that was on November 13th.
They still haven't. They suspect what they think it is, but they still haven't found it.
Oh my.
Oh God, yes.
And this was posted on December 12th.
Yeah, I don't know how to read that time, but
Monday, the 12th of December, 2022. But
is that what 12:53? Would that be PM or AM?
That's PM.
That's PM.
So like noon?
Afternoon.
Like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Wow. Almost a month to the day after you did it. One more day, it'd have been a month.
hiding
But
in
they
the
can't
woods.
release.
Oh
They can't
my
release
God.
more information about the crimes, including how the police were led to him as a suspect, and it would be released once he reached Idaho.
That must be the one Alice sent you, because the one that I got off Reddit, it wasn't censored, and maybe that's why I'm was so much more nervous, because I know the word, it's so much worse when you read it. I mean, I'm sure you can figure out what it is, but it's bad.
Yeah.
And remember, you guys were saying something about him being uncomfortable with LGBTQ or whatever,
Yeah, that
and
was in
the
that
two
one.
girls were sleeping together.
So
Oh,
maybe he thought, yeah, but that would mean that he would have been studying him on, because, well, listen, not to bring him up or give him any kind of credit, because the way that he says things is, there's no excuse for him being so, not, however the word is for not being sensitive. But just recently in one of his live streams, JT was saying that in all their pictures on social media, like they were like grabbing each other's butts and, just very sexual for young girls. And he implied like they were doing whatever you would do if you like girls and stuff, but in a very JT way. But maybe if he interpreted it that way, maybe this guy interpreted it that way too by following one on social media and just assumed, oh, these two lesbians, and I got to get rid of them. And that wasn't the case at all. They both had boyfriends or past boyfriends or whatever. I mean, I slept in the bed with my best friend in high school. That wasn't a weird thing. And I mean, we took pictures like that too. So I don't see how that can be interpreted that way, but I don't think like that.
But maybe it's just because of all their social media, they were so gropey with each other. He just
Well,
assumed.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I can see how that can be interpreted that way, because I mean, I'm not gonna say gropey, because that's a weird way, but I'm not gonna say that like when we would take pictures and stuff, it wouldn't be like, I don't know, it might be weird to other people, but I can see that's just, girls do that, like, and definitely wasn't, we would sleep in the same bed and stuff when we had sleepovers, but it was, I don't know about my early 20s like that, but I mean, maybe if I was still close with my best friend at that age, maybe, but
The guy
it's like a
that killed
kid thing.
was a triplet.
Yes, that's the one that apparently that was from Washington. And his brother, one of his twin, or however you say it, triplets, was on campus in like somewhere close, and that's how his parents were alerted, because he was close enough to be alerted that way.
Now with reading what we just read on what he wrote, December, what was it?
12 at 12:30 or like 12:50.
Exactly 30 days after this
Almost,
incident.
yeah, like because the 13th was November 13th at what, like probably 2-3 in the morning ish.
Yeah,
because they got home right after 2, and I think it happened as soon as they got home, or not long after, because of the phone calls to the boyfriend from the both girls,
and they were
Kaylee and, is it Megan or Maddie?
So all these posts where they were saying, oh, they died peacefully in their sleep.
No,
there's no way.
All of them had defensive wounds, and the if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Kaylee's dad that said she had defensive wounds that showed that
the females, this is trigger warning, the females, he took their innards and hung them from the fan.
No, he said Kaylee. That's it. He didn't say anything else.
Hold on.
I just read, according to the university in Washington State that he attended, the last day of lectures was December the 9th, and the first day of exams was December the 16th. So that gives us a better idea of
that was
when he would have left to come back home to Pennsylvania.
Right, just trying to flow with traffic and seem to blend in, Everybody else is going home from holiday.
Kaylee, he uses plural. I hung there.
But how come did you notice though, the only one that he named, was Kaylee.
That's because
Yeah.
he said I shoved my knife up Kaylee's beep.
See you next Tuesday is what it
Yeah.
said.
Yep. I'm hiding in the woods in a shithole in Pennsylvania. Good luck catching me.
Yeah, that part really disturbs me. Because
And
if
the
it's not
JPEG
him,
picture
then who
is
is it?
named Horish. He didn't like them. He thought they were not very biblical women. The name of that JPEG picture is Horreesh. Horish. Horish.
Wow.
And then somebody says, "Holy shit! Does this confirm he was posting these threads?"
So that leads me to suspect, for that kind of resentment, he either had some kind of inclining to think that they were part of this LGBT community, or that he was rejected, or felt like because he looked, I don't know. He's
I
not
think
really that ugly.
he was pretty. I mean, he looks like a Jewish boy from the East Coast.
He does. He does.
So I don't really get why he wouldn't feel like he, maybe he did and got rejected, or
I think
felt like
it could
she
be a
blew him off
biblical
for the
thing.
other girl.
Jewish folks are pretty strict on their belief system. That wouldn't fly with him. If
Right.
he
Well,
was
maybe in
Jewish.
his head, the only reason she rejected him is because she had something going on with the girl, rather than she just didn't like him. I wonder where the boyfriend was at, and if he was a target, or if that's where he was going next, or if I just wonder if he was jealous, or if he just had
Maybe
thought
that's
they were
maybe that's why the
trashy
kids in the
little.
basement locked up their room, because they knew that there was some shit was about to break loose, because she told not Alex, whatever the other guy's name was, the one that they asked about when they were walking down the road. So hold on. In the video of them walking down the road, and they asked, "Well, what did you tell him?" I told him everything.
Right.
So
And they keep looking behind them.
And so maybe the roommates knew about this, and they were like, "Oh, all hell's going to break loose tonight." Not really knowing what was going on. You know what I'm saying?
And the two girls called the one girl's ex-boyfriend, the one girl's phone 7 times, and the other girl's phone, I think, 4 times. And he didn't answer because he was sleeping. There was a sense of urgency about something.
Yep.
And why was she calling him unless it was something like, "I need you to protect me," and something that she couldn't call daddy or mom or brother? So that makes me think that maybe she did engage with him on some level, and then when she realized, okay, this probably isn't a good idea, it was too late, because she had already watered the seed or fueled the fire, or who's to say she didn't even send him some inappropriate pictures and he had that over her, because there was some reason why she called the boyfriend and not 911 and not her dad, or why him? Unless he already knew, or she was trying to tell him before he found out about it another way. I mean, I don't understand that. Why was she calling him if she was in fear for her life? Unless she didn't realize it was that dangerous, and I don't think she ever realized it was that dangerous, because her parents didn't even know about it. I think she just thought it was.
Kaya Nana, I don't know how to click that link to share. Do I just go to Reddit and type in his name?
That's what I did. No, I don't know. Maybe, but 7, 8, 9, that's 11 calls between the two of them on 2 different phones. I don't think they accidentally called him. I think they were calling him for a reason. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, how do I, let me see what she typed. Brian.
I just went on to Reddit and typed in Idaho 4 tainted.
Did you know Ethan was
how do you spell his last name?
Hey.
Hold on.
K-O-H.
Berger.
Yep.
Kohberger. Okay. Brian, is it Brian or Bryan?
YAN.
Bryan.
Okay.
Did
Middle
you
name
guys
Christopher?
know that Ethan's a triplet?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
I didn't know that.
Actually, the very first time I ever heard anything about it was I was watching his parents give an interview on one of the Idaho news outlets and just complete. I was putting in perspective the mother's reaction compared to Dylan's mom's reaction, and it was night and day.
And his siblings also attend the same college.
Yeah, and one of his brothers was on the same campus, just in another dorm room. But apparently, it was close enough that he was alerted and was the one that had to tell his parents about it.
Dear God.
Is that his car? Is that
Ethan
his car?
didn't live there. He was the girl. He was staying with his girlfriend for the night. What car?
I'll let you know that I'm a relative of someone.
The white Hyundai Elantra.
Into inside in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific.
Listen.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report, I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory.
This was posted on 12/13 also.
Were found in the same bed.
Okay, I don't know what's happening, but it's like I'm getting that feeling again. So I still don't know how to interpret it. Like maybe if it's at
least
on the right track or wrong, but
they weren't. They hadn't fallen asleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed.
Oh.
Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The marked person must have been very strong. They think the man came.
He looks about 6 foot.
Into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. They believe that the man possibly grabbed her, and she screamed loudly, apparently. The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how I know it's disturbing, but anyway,
it almost looks like him.
How do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between...
The man that's making this video is married. He has a wedding ring on.
Between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area.
Danny, I have no idea.
They have an audio file I haven't heard it, but
I can't even accidentally run over an animal on the road.
You can clearly hear a loud scream.
No, but I get what she's saying. Like the literal force of that, and like pulling it back out and do it again. That would be exhausting. Like that takes a lot of
there's often loud noise,
force and energy, and a iron stomach, and nothing else.
To take out their innards.
The weapon used was a long serrated edged hunting knife.
Oh my god! I didn't even think of the literal
Not been in the house. The person
of that.
He hung him on the ceiling fan.
Oh, yeah, but what is that even?
Not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend.
For someone to commit a crime like this,
That is
especially
why
such a personal
there
crime,
is,
takes
there's a lot of problem,
a
blood
lot,
mixtures
like
on
Danny's
this
saying,
scene.
that's just a lot of energy. That's a lot of angry,
They're also
angry,
desperately
angry
looking for
energy.
this white car.
And he went right back to school and was
speeding
chipper.
by an A&W / gas.
That's sick.
A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway.
A&W is
again, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen
like
speeding
a
by
little
an
fast
A&W
food
gas
quickie
station
burger ice
/
cream shop.
hangout.
He went and ate afterwards?
Now, if the screen was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speeding by. Also, the scream may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That scream could have been what saved the other two roommates' lives. The person knew that they might be detected, so they sped away. Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I just pray for these young people. I hope they rest in peace and that their families can find peace after this horrible crime. And I hope that the person who committed it can be brought to justice.
Wow.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report, I just want to let you know that
that's that one. And then this is, I'm sorry that it all comes out really fast. I'm just still in shock.
Oh, that's a good point, Danielle and Kyan on it. I didn't even think of that either. He said he could have been on drugs at the time, and Danielle says, I didn't even think of that. PCP will give you super strength.
And I think, too, there's a lot of adrenaline when you're doing something like that, which gives you more strength. This would be interesting to see.
Oh, there's more than one? There's more than one of those posts from him?
Yes. I gave you the PG one.
Okay, we saw the top one.
How do I zoom this? It tells me to. Oh, there. Whoa. Okay,
Oh.
we saw that one. Oh, that is not filtered. Okay.
No, it's not. That's why I said I gave you the PG one. It's bad. I'm telling you, this website is like, I feel like I need a bath again. Ugh.
Danny, were you here when we looked at this the first time?
Oh,
satanic. Why does that keep coming up in all of these fucking cases that I keep hearing? Is there something I'm missing about? Is there like a thing or a religion that I'm not aware of where they sacrifice some? Is that a thing?
I don't know.
It's an actual thing, just not very common. Ritualistic.
Yeah, but what would they do? Would they take it, the blood or an organ, or what about it makes it a ritual? Just killing?
What's monogamy?
That girl knew him, said he used heroin.
No, he wouldn't have been able to keep his eyes open.
Vegan eater.
He was vegan.
Yep, vegan.
What's monogamy? Or what the hell?
Good question.
Physonogamy.
Spell it?
It looks like physio. PHYSIOGNOMY.
Ooh, let's see. A person's facial features or expressions, especially when regarded as indicative of character or ethnic origin. The art of judging character from facial characteristics.
So, like a freaking, pretty much judging a book by its cover.
That's what it sounds like to me.
So, because they were pretty and maybe dressed a little on the
sex side.
I don't. Yeah, there you go. That he felt like because that they were. What'd you say? What's that on? Was it on the account name? Horish. Horish.
Yeah, Horish.
Wow.
But it was spelled out really long.
Yeah, and like a whole, just It's spelled like it sounded. Danielle said, "Oh, Kaylee, it's the oldest religion in existence, still very much alive today." Really? What religion? Spell it
Here,
again.
I'll put it in the chat. Danny, hang on.
It says Brian Kohlberg calling into true crime podcasts recently.
Shut the front door. What?
The host of the channel today has claimed he sent the call to the FBI.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, because they said that they got a call reporting somebody unconscious, and that's why they showed up.
Yeah, but I thought it came from one of the roommates. And they thought that they were like passed out drunk, so they called a friend over because they didn't want to go look. And then the friend got there and seen him laying on the floor, and then they called 911 at like noon the next day.
So it was him? He called to have the police come out to the house?
I think he called and gave an anonymous tip.
But they could track it.
I think he wanted to get caught because he wanted to make sure no one else took credit for it. That would make sense why the first thing he said when he got arrested was, "Have you arrested anybody else?" That's a weird thing to say.
The same blank stare as Adam Lanza.
Who's that?
Oh, that's the one that did the Newtown, Rhode Island school shootings.
That's how it's spelled, Danielle. Almost exactly. Not as many O's, but that's how Horish was spelled.
Yeah, she didn't want the word I put in there. She wanted the other one.
That is how it was spelled, right?
Yeah, it was like horror-ish.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think it was as many O's, but it pretty much, you got it.
TikTok.
What is that? What is that? What is that?
It says a TikTok video from high school friend.
Huh.
But it doesn't do anything.
Satanism? That's a thing? I need to write that down. I guess for there to be one, you'd have to believe in the other. So I guess I can see why some people would go that way. But God, that's some dark shit.
Yeah, if he was still on heroin, he wouldn't have the ability to do that. My daughter did heroin.
Yeah, that's it's definitely not like a speed drug. It slows you down, and you like anybody I know is like nodding out and out of it all the time.
Ooh, what's that one? Brian spotted at Vigil.
Why not with others?
I was just watching one of the feeds from the Vigil. I noticed that a man, this is in the frame of a few minutes of the time that he was in the frame, people watching, not entirely out of the ordinary. I tend to people watch often as well. However, he was doing it enough that he caught my eye compared to the surrounding people that were mostly still and looking at the stage. A couple of times this individual turns far enough that you can see his profile. I got the screenshot and compared it side by side to Brian's profile from the graduation. And there are enough similarities that I can't personally rule out that these might be the same person.
Ooh. Oh, wow. But that's not uncommon, unfortunately. Often Ellie will catch the person because they go to a memorial or a graveside or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen so many episodes of Criminal Minds where like they insert themselves into the investigation to make themselves so that they can, sometimes they do it from the angle so they can try to stay a step ahead, and others do it because they want the gratification to see everyone else, see their reaction whenever they see his work,
Right, the effect that he's having on all of these people.
Right.
It's sick. It's so
It
sick.
is. Because if that is true and that was him, he's been right there taunting them the entire time.
Did Idaho suspect Brian Kohlberger copy the persona of Dexter Morgan in the
Shut the
Showtime
front
series
door.
Dexter. He's smart. He's lovable. He's Dexter Morgan, America's favorite serial killer who spends his days solving crimes and nights committing them. Global
It does
Globe
not
winner Michael
say
C.
that.
Hall stars in the hit Showtime series. If so,
Oh
we need where's
my
the higher body count?
God.
Wow.
Well, I tell you how Dexter did it, and I hate to break it to you, you're not gonna find him because he would dismember and they would he'd take him in like with a bunch of whatever, something heavy, and it'd be way down in the bottom of the ocean. But he was in Florida, I think. Miami, right?
I'm gonna have to look up this Dexter thing.
Oh, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I love that show. The only thing I think I love more than that show is Lucifer. And if I'm being honest, that show is the only reason I've even like considered that maybe God is real, because that show, I understood it like in a weird way, as messed up as that is.
You know, Danny,
Danny,
you
I
were
don't think it was
talking
his
about
first
that
time.
earlier.
The
Yep.
way he's behaving, I don't think it's his first time.
Does anybody remember, like recently before these murders, about these dog slangs that happened like right down the road? Maybe that's connected. Maybe he was testing himself to see what he can handle, or testing the knife, or I mean, as messed up as that sounds.
Was the dog slaying first or after?
Yes, it was first.
Maybe he was seeing how much pressure it would take.
Right. Or right, exactly. Practicing. And I remembered the way it was worded was it was a dog slaying. So, you know, it's got to be pretty brutal for it to be worded that way, because I've seen people, you know, it's in the news all the time, stabbing. When they say slaying, that takes a whole nother level of violence.
Yeah. There was something specifically done to the dogs and their skin.
Right. It was almost like they were skinned. And I believe they were still alive. Like, he didn't kill them and do it. It was like a, you know, torture.
Dear God.
More like Ted Bundy. They even look similar.
You'd have to see Dexter, because you don't know. Google Dexter Morgan.
Does that character or the actor look like?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow. Wait. Validation. Also, you guys, his birthday is the November 21st. So remember, when I got 27, he was 27 when he committed the murders allegedly. And then I got the birthday candles. And then Ted said he was the age he was when he got caught, 28. Also, Ted went to Washington State and studied the same thing.
What the freak?
And remember, it was his birthday that weekend.
Ooh.
Remember?
I didn't realize Ted Bundy's birthday's in November too. How fucking weird. So they were the same, like Bundy, Zodiac.
Except for Ted Bundy wasn't a Scorpio. He was a Sagittarius.
Really? So he
wait, he may have been a Scorpio. Wait, shit. It's like the first of it's like late October, middle of November. It might be pushing Sagittarius.
Danielle, what did satanic rituals happen in old mines? Don't even get me going now, because now you're gonna have me in a rabbit hole that I ain't got the freaking. I don't think my heart can take it right now.
Danny, Dylan, you should go back and listen to the tarot reading I did at the beginning of December. I posted it in this live in the beginning of the live. Wow. A couple hours ago.
Wow.
Creepy. How do I close this darn thing?
So that is so fucking weird that someone posted that was on Reddit, that you seen that about Dexter. Like, what are the odds that I just said that?
They said Dexter went after bad people.
Right. But in his mind, it is bad because the LGBTQ thing. What if that's how he made justification for it? And the other ones were just there and he couldn't have any witnesses. Or because they were whorish. I mean, no offense, not saying they were, but the name of the screen name. Maybe in his mind they were sinning. And he was ridding the earth of garbage. I hate to say it like that, but that's how evil people like that think.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Said I have a creepy, sick feeling in my stomach. Oh, girl, I do too. Y'all can't see me, but I'm pacing back and forth. Like, So, November 21st. So let
Brian's
me
birthday. Ted Bundy's birthday is the 24th, not the 21st.
Okay. So I wonder if there is a significance to that though, because of the fact that if he was 28 when he got caught, but Ted Bundy didn't. I mean, do you think Ted Bundy got caught on purpose? Is that what they were implying? So like maybe he's been doing it for a long time and now he revealed himself like the same way Ted Bundy did, or I don't understand that whole concept. Something in my gut tells me that this guy was a copycat of some sort. Whether it be... I don't think it would be Dexter, because Dexter was very
asking to
clean.
Free him?
Huh?
Oh, I looked up that Dexter. Oh my god.
Yes. Do you see what he looks like?
Yep.
What? Free him? Good Lord have mercy. See, this is why I can't do it, because then I get mad when there's stupid people like that. How many followers does it have?
It was like 150 something posts.
Oh my God. What is that sign with the scales? Isn't that Gemini?
The scales is Libra.
Ooh. Huh.
Oh, that's a good question. Dandy says, is his family military?
I'm not sure about his parents, but we do know that his sister is what is it, Marzi?
A counselor. But she's not licensed professional counselor. She's a licensed associate counselor or something. The next
studying to get her to be the next step. She got her master's and working, or was it master's or bachelor? Master's.
She has her bachelor's and her master's, and she's working towards becoming an LPC, but she has to do so many hours of supervised counseling.
Right. And he was studying criminology and what was the other one? Criminal law.
Both of them very much into research.
Right. And he was infatuated with the policing aspect of it, according to fellow classmates.
I really want to see that survey he gave out.
It's right here.
I thought I sent it to you, Tina. Maybe. But it should be here too. Well, yeah, that's the application, but I sent you the actual, like, the template, which was the blank questions that he wanted filled in.
Oh, snaps. That's right.
Because I thought that was interesting too. The questions, because when you do research projects like that, don't you like choose the questions?
All right, Danny, you piqued my interest. What is a handler? Danny said so she can be the handler potentially. The sister.
Huh.
The handler to what?
I'm guessing
him. Like if he was Dexter and had these urges as a boy that he was trying to, that he couldn't control, she was the one trying to make him either keep him from acting on it at all, or like Dexter's dad did, taught him how to use it for killing bad people, It's because he couldn't control it.
It's called a Dark Passenger.
Oh, see, I knew the guy. There was a fellow Dexter fan somewhere.
Yeah, I've seen all of them.
Family said he is a libertarian. What's a libertarian?
A libertarian?
Yeah.
Like a liberal.
What's that? Like
someone
blue? Like a blue?
No, it. They're just.
I don't understand political terms.
Liberal would be like okay with everything.
Right.
That's like the crayon
Doesn't
way of
take
saying it.
a hard stance on either side.
So they say they didn't have ceiling fans in the house. And he was found in the house, not the woods.
Yeah, but he posted that way before he got caught, so who knows where he was at that time.
All right. I actually looked up definitions because sometimes it's hard to like explain certain terms. It says willing to respect or accept behavior or opinions different from one's own or open to new ideas, relating to or denoting a political and social philosophy that promotes individual rights, civil liberties, democracy, and free enterprise. Supports policies that are socially progressive and promote social welfare.
Alice.
Yeah.
I still don't know what that means.
You said that they didn't have fans in the house in Idaho?
That was what I was reading on one of the comments.
Yeah, but that post, well, my question is that post was posted December 8th, right?
Yeah.
No, 12th.
No, December, yeah. December 12th.
Mm-hmm.
They hadn't even figured out who he was yet.
Right.
So how in the heck would someone even have posted that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Or there's another sicko out there that just thinks it's funny to say some shit like that, but I mean, stranger things have happened.
That's common.
All right. This might...
That's very interesting, Danielle. I'm going to look into that. That's very interesting.
Well, if he's Jewish, they have to eat on certain dishes. Like our dishes are kosher. Like we have our meat pans, our veggie pans, our dairy pans. So I don't know who was saying that perhaps as a child they made him eat sacrifice blasphemous things.
Because Kaylee was saying that he was extremely libertarian and OCD. Right, and that he was extremely OCD.
What was he OCD about?
Apparently everything. But especially, like, I guess food specifically, and like, I don't know why they felt the need to say, but he was super vegan. I don't know what that means. Like,
so
he didn't cheat at all.
Right. So it's easier for him to be vegan because it would be really hard for him to eat in public unless he had a place there to live in that had a kitchen and all of his dishes were kosher. I can understand him just being vegan because then you don't have to worry about mixing your dairy with your, you know what I mean?
I wonder why he was so vegan though, if it was like a health thing or like a, because it couldn't be because of, not killing animals, because clearly he's not.
I want to know if he's
sensitive.
Jewish.
Kaylee,
Yes.
libertarians, these are people that strongly oppose any kind of governmental interference in our personal lives. Does that help?
But yet he was studying criminology and that is so confusing.
This guy's an oxymoron.
So was he studying it so that he could rebel it and be the epitome of it?
I don't know.
Well, that's a thing. Because look at Dexter. I mean, Dexter was a blood spatter analysis.
But just when you think about a liberal or libertarian, just think about somebody who just believes, we should all be free to live our lives whatever way we want to.
McLaughlin said he was down to earth when he graduated junior year, but at the start of senior year, he returned thinner than a rail, had turned aggressive, and taken up boxing. He wouldn't eat out of any pots and pans that had meat cooked in them before.
That's kosher.
Mm-hmm. That's kosher.
So is that a Jewish thing?
It is.
Yeah.
And I wonder if he looks it.
Really?
He does look Jewish.
He looks Jewish.
The nose.
Well, don't Jewish have commandments too?
The 613 of them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shiz, talking mushrooms. He wouldn't. Okay, the way that he slayed and gutted his victims seems like some sort of deep-rooted Sorry, I can't see that. Some sort of deep-rooted trauma expressing itself in the most dysfunctional way.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's a good point too. The roots are very super dark. Could be generational evil, like multi-generational.
And it runs 7 generations deep. That type of evil normally does.
Okay, well now I got no choice. Sister, you're on my list. Mom, Dad. Sorry.
Yeah,
That was
I don't
that was
think
something
that
I went through when I was getting away from my situation. And I had went into, I'll make a long story really short. I went to go get a protective order, and the address that was given to me on the web, I drove over there and all I had was a binder in my hand, with like my paperwork of evidence or whatever. And so I went in there, and in Texas they had this like it's like a metal detector, and there was what they call a constable. And so he was standing in front of the metal detector, and he's like, the reason he goes, you're in the wrong place. And I'm like, well, how would he even know why I was there? And he goes, what you're looking for isn't here. And he goes, would you like a spell, not a spell, but a circle of protection around you? And he was Catholic. And at that point I was just like, how would he even know what I was there for? Because it wasn't like written across my forehead.
right.
And it was like he knew, and he was like doing this chant, and he had some anointed oil in his uniform. I shit you not. This is no bullshit. He pulls out this napkin. It has a red sewn cross on it about an inch tall. And it's like a little white hanky. And he put anointed oil on it. And he said, keep this with you at all times. And he put like this little ring of protection around me. I don't know. You would have to look up Catholicism on how they do that type of thing. I'm not Catholic, so I don't know. And then he's like, he said, evil like this runs 7 generations deep. He goes, it's up to you to break that cycle. So then I wouldn't travel it on to my daughter, is what he was saying. And I did. I kept that little hanky with me. I still have it to this day.
Don't get rid of it.
Mm-mm. It's from 2013. My daughter was only like 3 months old.
Whoa.
I do believe you were visited by an angel, my dear.
I thought so too. And I ran out to the car and I was all excited about it. And I told my sister, I was like, oh my God, you're not going to believe this. And she goes, oh, officers are trained to read people. I go, he wouldn't have known, and he would have lost his job. You can't be acting out religiously you know what I mean? In the middle of a government office. Oh, and by the way, the government office was the tax assessor's office. The protective order office had moved. Yeah. It was weird. It was the weirdest thing.
Well, you should rest easy in that was definitely a visit by an angel.
I can promise you this. A lot of people don't believe in spirit. And then there's other people that believe only in Jesus. I don't care what you believe in. All I can tell you is there is a higher power. I can promise you that. From the situation I've been in. And the things that, I'll give you another small story. And one of these days I am going to have a whole post video on from beginning to where I'm at now. Said person was supposed to have visitation. Kaylee, you remember me telling you about this. Visitation. Whatever judge would order visitation to someone that they've been abusing is beyond me. But, and there was 2 days I was supposed to go to him with her, and there was 2 days that he was supposed to come to me. Well, I messaged him and I'm like, oh, you know what? My car's just not running wide. I just can't make it. You're just going to have to come here. I didn't want to leave her in a place where I didn't trust his environment. He didn't show up. On day number 3, he didn't show up. And that was the day he was supposed to come to me. On day 4, a massive, massive thunderstorm came through. This is in the middle of the desert. And it hit one of those electric poles that carry the current down, like, depending on where you're from, you may have frontage roads which run along the highway. And so it had actually laid down on that frontage road, the electrical line. And so the fire department was there. And he was like, I'm here to visit my daughter. I have visitation. And they're like, unless your driver's license has an address on this street, sorry, we're not letting you down it. So nobody can tell me that there's not a higher power. They just can't.
No, there's definitely a higher power.
Yeah. Because I had no choice. When the situation happened with my daughter, all I could do is sit there and pray, God, you have to help me. The only thing I can do is protect your child. We have children to teach them, but they're not ours. They're his.
Oh, I know.
You know, and it was just I knew that LE wasn't going to do their job. I knew the judicial system wasn't going to do their job. And so I had no choice but to listen to him and do what I thought was in the best interest of my child. And at every turn that I've come to, he's been on the other side. I know.
Wow.
That was deep. I know. But back to what I was saying is, yeah, wholeheartedly agree. He has 2 older sisters, Anne and Melissa. Melissa, 31, is the therapist.
I'm taking a moment to just blissfully float through what you just said. It just feels
it's hard for me to
actually
talk about
there's a not just because I'm a weirdo about details. I just ran his background report, and his birthday is actually November 21st of 1994, and he does have 2 sisters. One name is Melissa, and the other one's name is Amanda.
And Melissa's the therapist?
Yes. I'm running background reports on all of them as we speak. I'm just waiting for my confirmation to say that I have them in my email.
Well, now that's interesting.
But
both
the birthday, that's a lot closer to Ted Bundy's than I realized. What was his, the 23rd?
24th.
And his is the 21st. So wouldn't that make him the same sign? Tainted?
Both Melissa and his mother have spoken out in the past against violence.
Huh.
Wow, that's interesting.
Do you have a really
yes,
good
I do. Yes, I do.
Are we checking out Gemini guy?
She's like, I need to know. I need to know what's in that medicine cabinet first. Screw their background check. I want to know what's in the medicine cabinet.
Do you do that? I do that sometimes.
I want to know what kind of meds they're on.
Yeah, I go to somebody's house and I'm in the bathroom. I'm like, all right, I'm taking a peek.
No,
I haven't done it a lot, but I have
a lot
done
about
it.
a person.
I've
like,
done that sometimes. Yeah.
Not their personal stuff, but like if you're dating a guy and he has like a bottle of like Thorazine or something, you'll be like, oh, maybe this ain't a good idea.
Unless you count them and make sure he's taking them regularly, then maybe it's not a bad idea.
Right?
Well, Danielle, I don't mind. Actually, I do that with quite a few of our viewers. I won't put them out there because I don't know if they want to, but that I do like a compared notes on, like, and I'm not like, oh yeah, you gotta. I'm all secretive. Like I don't mind sharing my sources and telling you how I got to the conclusion I got to, because I don't ever just use one source. If I can't find anything to confirm it, like two of my things, because I use more than one, but one of them is like more for like court records, and the other one is for like personal, like social media and stuff like that. So if I can't find anything that connects, then I don't open my mouth, because That's how you get in trouble for false information.
I'm telling you, in the next couple of days, I am almost 100% assured of this in my own mind, that we are going to start to hear things from family where there was a red flag here and a red flag there.
Here flag, there flag, everywhere flag, flag.
Yep. Ooh. Danny says she never looks through other people's stuff. LOL. I should, though. The first time I ever met Doug, his bathroom trash was full of empty prescription bottles.
Hey,
I wish
you all.
now I had read what they
Hey,
were.
I'll be right back. Chit chat amongst yourself. Hold on
We'll
one
miss
second.
you.
Okay. I don't know if you all heard the. I don't know if you guys heard that all roop, 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 and all you hear is the officers going, "Please step out of the vehicle. Come out now." So can you guys hold on? I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Oh
Lord.
Lord, what you done did?
Hey, I might be able to post some good footage.
Maybe. Hope it's nobody involved with you and yours.
Do you live close enough to have like neighbors? Like, or is it like only you're out there?
This should be interesting.
I'm not even trying to be funny, but there's there's a recent talk about a SWA.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I listened to who was it? JT, his little minion in chat was saying, I wonder how funny it's gonna be whenever this comes back tenfold, and with like the little emoji that was like mischievous, And I had already said something to Salty about I can see how this is playing out. Like he's creating scenarios so that saying that Salty did it to his members, so that whenever it starts happening to Salty's members, it's justifiable and you did it first type deal,
I'm serious when I say this. I pray every night that Salty is able to find the strength come this new year to just let these idiots do whatever it is that they're going to do
and create their own content.
Don't and not even respond to it. I really pray that for him, and mainly because I worry about his health and his stress. But
yeah, but I mean, I know I it's easier to say that, but if I was sitting where he was sitting, honestly, I wouldn't be sitting where he's sitting because I'd be in jail, because the first time that my kid got drug into it, it'd be ding ding ding, that's it. I don't care. There's no leveling with that.
Absolutely. No, believe me, I get what you're saying, and I'm very surprised that he hasn't done anything more than he has, and I'm glad that he doesn't. I really just hope and pray for him that one day it'll just come over him that he doesn't have to pay them any mind, and just because once they lose the attention they're seeking, they stop.
Right.
They literally.
Yeah, but some, like my mom, she's a special kind of narcissist that if you stop, like if you ignore her or don't feed into it, that fucking fuels it in a way that makes it more aggressive. Because she's so used to being the center of attention, and she doesn't respond to you not reacting in the way that she seems fit, which is whatever. I mean, I don't have words for it. She's a very mean, nasty person.
Yeah, well, and you know what? The one person that I know is targeting Salty right now, I don't think he'll ever stop doing what he's doing to everybody. I mean,
he'll just move on to someone else.
Right. And that's what I'm really hoping will happen, is that eventually he'll give up on Salty and he'll just move on to somebody else, because it's ingrained in him. It's too much a part of who he is. And, people like that will take the attention, whether it be positive or negative. The attention is the attention. That's what they want.
Right. All right. I've heard him say, I think it was on Zav's Girls channel. It's been a long time ago, but he said bad press is any press is press to him. Bad press. So like you were saying, any attention is attention. So he's definitely got the personality for that.
Oh yeah.
Because as long as people, even if people are watching him to say, "Oh, I can't stand this guy," they're still typing his name into the search bar.
Exactly. And it has been said by many, and I believe it to be true. You have to get rid of the toxic things in your life, whether it's food or a habit that you have or a person. And I just really hope.
And sometimes it can be family too. Sometimes family can be toxic on you, and it makes it even harder.
Oh yeah.
Danny, are you a Libra or Leo?
So this incident at your house doesn't involve any of your family, does it?
Who?
You tainted.
No. Well, I heard the choppers, and then I heard roop, roop, and I was like, do I hear voices? And I'm like, I know it's late. And I opened up the door and I could hear it, but I couldn't see anything out there. So, I mean, it was coming over like a megaphone. So it could be, I don't know, like up to like 2,000 yards away. Not 2,000 yards, I meant 2,000 feet away. 2,000 yards would be far. Yeah, I can't see where they're at. I could just hear it, and all I heard was step out. And I was like, huh? You're surrounded. And I was like, what? So I had to go look, but I didn't see anything interesting. I call it the copper chopper. I asked because I recognized the little symbol after your name. I actually have it tattooed on my leg. Where did everybody go?
I'm here. I'm just going over these background reports, and for some reason, if I open another tab on my phone, then you guys can't hear me. Like it mutes me in a sense.
Oh.
So I'm on this one sister, Amanda. She's 34, and so far just a shit ton of freaking traffic citations, and Leadfoot and not liking to wear seatbelt is all I'm seeing. But I mean, I'm still scrolling. It's been a hot minute. I'm just now to 2010.
And this is for who?
This would be his, I guess, older sister because she's 34.
Oh, okay.
But she lives in I'm gonna butcher this, but I'm gonna try it. Scheckensburg, Pennsylvania. Hold on, let me write it down so I can try to enunciate.
Amen, Danny. That's facts right there. Don't even engage in it.
That's right.
Danny, if you're done cooking, you're welcome to come up.
Scheckensburg?
Schnecksville.
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 SCHNEC. Dang it. Schnecksville.
Yeah.
SCHNECKSVILLE. Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Kaya Nana, if you want to email me your information, it would be birthday, time, and place. I can do your chart and I can send it to you. And I can send you a Western or an Eastern chart.
Now, you know what's funny? I don't know my time. I think it was in the evening, but I don't know, like, what time. I wonder how I'd find that out. Do birth certificates have the time?
Yes, they should. and the place.
Well, then I will have
Because you have to know where the moon and stars and everything is at the exact time of birth.
Oh, interesting. Is Alice still with us?
Alice is still here. I don't know where she is at the moment.
I'm wondering if she fell asleep.
Okay, according to this, the Amanda sister is apparently employed in the mental health field as well. It says, hold on. Mental health technician at Kids Space.
Mm.
So I'm starting to think Danielle might have been onto something about this. Sounds to me like they have some childhood trauma, and the sisters have tried to want to help kids because of it, and maybe he maybe got it worse. So maybe he wanted to do the criminal side of it. That's what they were supposed to do, and maybe he just couldn't turn his bad into good like they did, or maybe they're secretly serial killers too. I mean, I don't know. But I definitely think there's some trauma if enough digging is done. Did she say what? Wait, what?
Thank you, Kainan. I was going to ask you to delete that. I got it.
Have you guys heard of anywhere called Kids Peace before?
It sounds familiar to me, but I don't recall. Like knowing
She's
much.
not licensed though, so I think she's more of like she did more from what it sounds like from like her job description and stuff. It was more like a clerical position, maybe.
Well, I was an MHT, and that's like a CNA at a hospital. It's kind of like a nurse's assistant type of deal. So, in the mental health field, she probably not only helps them with self-care and things like that, but probably runs groups.
Yeah, there's one that says therapeutic staff support, Kids Peace, and then the only other job is obviously when she was younger, a server or a hostess, I'm sorry, at Red Lobster.
Yummy.
Now, MHTs take vital signs. They help with self-care, keep a track of where the patients are at all times.
There's got to be something to it why they both feel the need to help kids. You know, I something is telling me that there's got to be something to that. And usually, when you want to help kids, it's because something happened to you when you were a kid. Speaking for myself, I always wanted to be a counselor until I realized how much I feel what people tell me, and that it wouldn't be good for me because I wouldn't be able to leave it at the desk, you know, and I know that about myself.
I think Raven's like that too. She calls herself an empath.
Yeah, and I don't think I wouldn't be able to leave it at home, you know, leave it at work. I would want to save them outside of it, and I don't think I would be able to respect the boundaries of what I can and can't do, and want to feel the need to do more because I feel like I just know myself now to know I wouldn't, and that just wouldn't be good. But that is what I wanted to do until I realized that I wouldn't be good at it because of my personal experiences. It's too close to home.
It's good you know that about yourself, though.
Because I would want to save all of them and take them home.
It's rough to see kids go through things like that.
Yeah, and I firmly believe wholeheartedly that most kids can be like, you can change their way of thinking and their way of behaving and with a simple hug, because you would be amazed at the children that just have never been hugged in their entire life. And I was a kid that was like that. And sadly, in my adult life now, I'm uncomfortable with intimacy. I don't like being touched, and it's weird to me. And as bad as that sounds, I get fidgety just thinking about it now. I'm not a PDA. And consequently, it's because I wasn't hugged as a child. I mean, I'm not gonna say I wasn't ever touched, but it wasn't in a way like that. It was getting onto or being disciplined, or that was it. I was never hugged or attaboyed, or it was always, this is what you did wrong. And it carries over. But I know it would have made a difference if someone would have just said, hey, you're doing all right, and give me a hug, and I wouldn't have been so angry. Man, I lost so much of my teens and early adult years just being so pissed off at the world that I won't ever get back.
Now, are you different with your son?
Absolutely. He can't stand it because I'm just come here and just, I mean, I probably overdo it, but I know for a fact that I will never ever have to listen to my son tell anybody that my mommy didn't love me, and she didn't kiss me and hug me. Like, if anything, I'm overly do it, and to the point he rolls his eyes at me and like is just disgusted with me, because really, again, because I'll make him stop what he's doing and come and give me a hug. And even if he can't stand it, I don't care, because I just want him to know that I love him, like, and that it's okay to express it, and
Good for you,
so.
kid. That's really good.
But it was weird because at first I had to teach myself how to. I know it's kind of going to make me sound terrible to say, but I really didn't know how to love not. I loved him, but I had to come way out of my comfort zone to even be able to express it to my child on it, and to just to make myself say, okay, well, this is normal, this is what you have to do. And I didn't have anybody to like a role model to even remotely know how. So, and plus I had postpartum depression, so I had a really hard time like forcing myself to bond with him in a way that didn't make me uncomfortable. And I know that, I mean, it makes me feel terrible to even say it out loud, but it was hard. I mean, the first 6 months was probably the hardest 6 months of my entire life. Just to make myself want to do things that most moms feel compelled to do. Like it was like pulling teeth. I didn't want to do any of it. I didn't know how, really. So it was just, I don't know.
Danny, I know I can understand what you're saying completely. Like, I'm super affectionate with my kids, but yeah, I have an issue with closeness too.
Oh yeah, my husband is like I'm quite convinced that he thinks that I'm a psycho because I'm infamous for, get away from me, where are you going, don't leave, like, what's it like? Oh, but I mean, he kind of just learns to keep his, when I get like that, because I'm extremely manic, but he knows just to keep his distance, but to keep an ear's range where I know he's still here, because I get panicky of like, okay, well, where, I don't know, I got issues.
I was raised the opposite. My mom and dad hugged and kissed in front of us, told each other they loved each other, held hands, all that in front of us, told us constantly, how much they loved us and hugged and kissed us. I mean, my brother was 30 when he passed away, and up until the day he went, he would give my dad a hug and a kiss when he got to their house and when he was leaving. So I'm used to having all of that close contact and
No, not me. I can't. I don't. As far as family, I can honestly not even tell you like anybody that was even liked each other, much less like married and stuff like my parents were arch nemesis and still are for the most part. And my mom was not a touchy feely like it. I can't even name a time that she said I love no. If she said I love you, it would be like um I love you, but you could have did this. It was never like and sincere and unconditional. It was, I love you. If you do this, I love you. But if not, then I'm gonna make you.
You can't say but after you say something nice, because it makes everything before the but irrelevant.
Exactly.
Well, right. I didn't know that at that time because I hadn't watched Dr. Phil. But then, you know,
Dr. Phil.
No, but he says the same thing. I watch him religiously. I love that.
I do too.
Yeah, well,
But
I haven't had that, what I'm used to for 2 years. I mean, my children and I, every time we hang up the phone, we always tell each other, I love you. My granddaughter does it as well. And when my daughter and granddaughter come over, my granddaughter climbs all over me, and I'm in seventh heaven. And my daughter's always like, don't climb all over my mom. And I just say, no, just all right, let her do it. She'll sit in my lap. I get to hold her and cuddle her. And I miss that. I miss having that every day in my life. It's hard. Not as hard, I'm sure, as what you're going through, Kaylee, but for me, it's difficult.
Kaylee, just wait till you get little grand monkeys. I got 4 grand monkeys.
Well, it's just weird for me because I don't really feel like I'm missing out on anything. So it's because for the most part, I don't know anything any different. And honestly, if anything different, like it makes me uncomfortable, like the normal stuff, I guess. And that in itself is like a conflicting thing internally because it's like, okay, well, am I the problem? Is that the problem? I mean, I don't even know where to begin with that, but it's just the only time I see my dad growing up as a kid was in prison, and I don't know if you're aware with how that goes, but conjugal visits, you're not allowed to you get to hug whenever you first get there and when you leave, and that's it, or you get in trouble and you won't be able to come out and visit anymore. So it's just kind of, I mean, he's out of prison now, but it's still like that because that's normal. We're not, I hug him like when I first see him and it's the same awkward one-armed hug, and then it carries over. My dad still has a lot of antics from being in there, and I still have a lot of antics from only knowing him in there. Like it's almost like still getting to know him because he wasn't obviously who he is in there. He was only who he was allowed to be, and I don't know. I only knew him in there, and then.
But if you think about like you and your son, off to the side, you're building a new way of being.
Right. And I'm like, and my husband isn't like that, but a lot of it is like him having to feel neglected and like something's wrong with him because he can visibly see it in my body language that it's making me uncomfortable. That, the PDA, or I'm not even PDA because I'm at home. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm getting fidgety now just thinking about it. Like, and I know that's not normal, but it just doesn't seem to get more normal.
I think the more you continue with that type of relationship that you have with your son, that your old way of being is going to start to drop by the wayside, and you may find that you're more touchy with your husband, and I think you're very blessed to have him.
Oh yeah, he's very patient, if nothing else.
Yep.
It's very hard to find someone that can understand you as a person and not try to, how like people will try to group people up as one stereotype, and it's when you find someone that is open and learns you as an individual and accepts you that way, it's an amazing feeling.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's not like he's learned these antics because I'm like an open book and was like just, forthcoming. It's just he's from us being around each other and we're both the same sign, just studying my reactions and what I don't say more or less because I don't really talk a lot about that kind of stuff and the other deeper stuff that I won't get into on here about why I'm really, really uncomfortable with intimacy. But he knows enough to know that, okay, she's going to have her moods and ups and downs, and he knows just to go do his own thing and not depress and pry, and then usually I'll come around, but he doesn't make me have to give an explanation, because that, just thinking about that makes me feel panicked, because how am I supposed to make it make sense to you when I don't have a freaking clue myself? Like,
he's definitely tuned into you, and that's fabulous. I mean, he watches and he listens and he learns.
right. And yeah, and because I don't say much, I don't reveal much. In the 7 years we've been together, we've probably had a conversation about that situation itself. I can probably count on one hand, and it's usually been because so many things have happened that build up, and I have a really big like blow up or breakdown, should I say? Because it's not like I don't like get mad, but it finally just comes to a head. And the stupidest little thing, I'm like in the middle of the floor, like having a panic attack, having a meltdown over. I mean, it was over a diaper bag the last time I had a really bad one, and I'm sure the pregnancy hormones played into it. But he didn't say a word. We like 3 hours. He just sat there and let me cry and didn't touch me, didn't try to hold me. Just sat on the other side of the floor and just sat there. And then I finally, after crying until I couldn't cry anymore, I told him a bunch of stuff, and then we ain't talked about it since.
Danny
And my
says,
son's 5.
Danny says, Kaylee, you're so much like me. I feel like you're telling my story.
Oh, wow.
Let me see your hands.
I know. Danny, do you have a simian line on your hands? Most intuitives do. Danny says, I wish most people could close their eyes and tune into my energy and feel my feelings with me, because there's no words that describe the feelings with the limitations of language. Describe my feelings with the limitations of language. That's so beautiful.
Well put.
Yes, and just having someone that is no pressure, like you don't have to, justify everything that you said or didn't say or do and didn't do. And it's so refreshing because with my previous relationships, like to not be with someone that takes everything that I say or do so personally, because that is so frustrating, because I don't know how to not be mean and be like, it has nothing to do with you. And then that would hurt my feelings if somebody said it, but that's, that's just how it is. But I don't have to say that. I don't have to have that argument with him. And honestly, that's probably the only reason why we're still together, because he doesn't require a why and a, who, what, when, where, why, because that makes me anxious. Just words, and not being able to find them. Because if I had the words for it, I would be fixed. I'd Google it and figure it out and have the cure to it. But I don't have a fucking clue. I know it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and all of it combined has got me where I'm at now. And I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing, because I know there's a lot of situations that I won't ever have to experience because of stuff that I learned younger on, that I will be like hyper vigilant to, and I won't, I know better. Not as messed up as that sounds, but sometimes you gotta live to learn and know what not to do with my son, is what I mean with that. And how I know, if nothing else, he'll never feel like that because of me. So, and that's all I can do. I can't sit here and fret and go back and, oh, why wasn't my mom nice to me? Why was she that? It would make me bitter, and I've been bitter for a long time. So now I know that I can't control it. It wasn't anything to do with me. And the only thing I can do and I can control is how to make sure to never, ever, ever let my child feel that way because of me. And then I just let the rest go. And I'm not going to say I forgive her, because me and Tana's had this conversation before, and I'm not there yet. I'm not there at all. Like, just my ears are getting hot just thinking about saying that, like, F that. No, so I'm not there on that aspect. I can't even forgive her for me, as messed up as that sounds. I just, not yet, maybe one day, but no. Too much water under the bridge. Way too much.
Danny says, I can do it with other people. No words needed. If you're sad, I can just feel when you're sad. I hate having to use verbal communication to communicate mine. My feelings run so deep. I want to see your hands.
Eye
Put your hands
contact.
up, Danny.
Oh, listen. Me and my husband have been together 7.5 years now, and I've never, ever one time ever like he tries all the time, and he's like, "Look at me." I'm like, "I am looking at you." He's like, "No, you're not. You're looking all over the room." I'm like, "Why do I gotta look at you to talk to you? You're being weird. Stop." And then I'll just walk away. Like or I hate eye contact. Not just in an intimate level. I hate eye contact. Like, why are you doing that? I don't know.
I can't have eye contact either, especially if it's a really, really serious, deep conversation. It's almost impossible. It'll make me cry. I think
No,
it's just
I won't
because
cry. I won't do it.
Close. I become too close to that conversation and like too emotional. But I'm hypersensitive to like my surroundings.
Physically, like I could throw up just thinking about it. Like looking.
Yes, it hurts.
It's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. And I mean, and there's not a person that I can say, oh no, except this one person. I mean, in general, if someone actually says, will you look at me? I'm almost like, why? What the F is your problem? And then I'll like either try to deflect it with humor or I'll just walk away. Like, and I don't mind being rude because what the hell is your problem? Why'd you ask me to do that?
Yeah.
Why are you picking on me?
my son, every once in a while we get into our emotions and he wants to have a serious conversation with mommy and he'll be like, Mom, why aren't you looking at me? Why are you looking around the room just like you? And I'm like, ah. But I mean, he's also 26 and he could tell if mama was not feeling well and he would come crawling to the bed and just hang out or go get me something to eat and hang out and have lunch with me in bed. And that was all the way up. I mean, he's like 26. So, I mean, it's that attachment hasn't diminished at all. You know what I mean? And he's a Virgo. He's a Voigo. He's a lover, not a fighter.
Well,
you don't want to piss him off, but he's more of a lover, but he likes that stability and he is the type that he will watch you, like he's a people watcher, and he'll figure out how you think and then try to use words to manipulate a conversation. That is like the negative side. But on the positive end, he's very loving and caring. You know what I mean? And he has to have that stability in his life, or he's very erratic. Like he goes off the deep end. Poor Chris. Are you torturing him over there, Danny?
What is three-dimensional sensations? What is that? What is like
touch?
Like
smelling.
Oh, yes.
Hearing.
Sounds like I get irritated over petty things like chewing and like the sound of like nails on jeans or like a sleeping.
You wouldn't do ASMR very well.
What's that?
The ASMR. So I was in Twitch and I was like, oh, what kind of channels are in Twitch? And there's this thing called ASMR. And you know how you have the microphone, right? And how sensitive it is when you could hear like salty eating, or when I was filing my nails and you guys could hear it and I didn't realize it. So
and whenever I was like, who's on their keyboard? Listen, do you not realize my eye was twitching? I was about to lose my shit.
So ASMR is basically, have you ever had someone lick your ear and it's like super loud? Yeah. So
no, listen, I'm getting mad just thinking about it. What kind of weirdos you hang out with?
No, I'm telling you, I found it on Twitch. And so it looks like a little plastic ear, and like this lady was like licking all over it, and it's supposed to be calming. And I'm like, this shit is not calming. This is like irritating the crap out of me.
I can feel it, like just thinking about it.
And I think that's just because we have touch sensitive issues or something.
But is that like trauma? Like what causes that?
I don't know. Mine's probably my ADHD. It's supposed to help calm ADHD, but it just irritated the shit out of me. I couldn't handle it.
But like being hypersensitive, is that like trauma, or is that just some?
I've always chopped it up to. Well, my ex was, very, very extremely abusive, but I also chop it up to just my ADHD and my lupus, because lupus makes me my skin hypersensitive anyway. So if you can imagine having like hypersensitive skin and then like emotionally hypersensitive to boot. It's like, yeah, it's not pleasant.
Girl, I, I'm so freaking pale because I got sensitive skin. I'm like, I can't just be like, oh, this is a new laundry soap. I got to stick with what I know because if not, I will have like, sensitive skin. Girl. Like, I go right outside of my mailbox and back with a tank top on, and I'm like fried, sunburnt to the point that it's like mean. Like, why'd you make me do that? And I'm allergic to pine needles. And I don't know if you've been to Florida, but we got a pine tree or two.
Kaya Nana says good night. Night night, Kaya Nana. Sleep well, and I hope you feel better because I know you're not feeling too hot. And thank you for staying as long as you have. I appreciate you.
And I have really sensitive hearing. Like, my husband operates heavy equipment, so he can say what he wants to. He's effing tone deaf. I don't. If nothing else, he might be borderline just deaf because he's and like, I mean, I understand he's loud and whatever, but like, there's like, have you ever heard of like the dog whistle? That's like only supposedly only the dogs can hear it or whatever. Well,
You can
we
hear
have
it.
one.
It's just like super like.
My husband can't hear it at all.
Oh, he can't.
Okay. No, and I know it's because of, I'm sure he's damaged his hearing, but like, when he does it to get our dog back, like when he does it, it hurts. Like, and I can be, and it doesn't matter where I'm at. Like, he don't really use it because of the fact that it's like, okay, are you trying to start an argument, or are you like, what the fuck's your problem? Because like, it stop. Like,
Danny,
and
I want to know what your palms look like. Do you have a simian line by chance? She's an intuitive also.
How weird that we all like managed to meet in the most weirdest way.
It's the subject is it triggers. It's a triggering.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're like, Salty's got what, 10,000 subs, and I think we all like watched Doug at one point or another. He's got what, 30,000. I don't know now. I don't keep up with it, but what are the odds that we would connect and make a connection and end up like, knowing each other? There's several hundreds of people in chat that I've interacted with, but I've never, it's just, I don't know. Maybe there is something to what you said where maybe if it's not God or something, there's got to be some kind of higher power. Because I mean, the odds of that are like so astronomical.
Danny, you asked what a simian line is. It's where your head and your heart line are one. There's no separation between the headline that comes from.
No, do it in the way. Ask her like how you did mine about it, putting your hands next to each other.
Okay.
Because I didn't understand shit you said when you said it the first time. I was like, what? My head and my heart?
So, well, if she has it on both hands, then they would look identical still. But she should know.
She's that 1%er.
We vibrate on the same frequency, right? So, is your headline and your heart line connected as one, or is it the two separate lines like the typical M? That was funny because when we were in Salty's chat, I'm like, everybody's looking at their hands right now.
Now, is does men have it too, or is it?
Yes, my son has it on both hands.
Seriously?
Yeah. And so that he has a really, and he's a Virgo. So if he goes with his emotion and his expectations are way higher, my left hand's connected like an M and my right hand is separate. Here, hold on. Let me show you a picture so you know what I'm talking about.
It looks like a little, like a bird feet.
It looks like a bird print.
Which is so weird after I read that thing about the parakeet tribe. Like, honestly, I'm not bringing it up because I'm like, I'm still a little weirded out.
So I'm going to share this page on StreamYard. Present, share screen, share window.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going through. If I'm going through like an awakening or a what's it called, like a enlightenment, because it's like all in a short period of time. I've been one way on my whole life. I'm now like opening my mind to another way, and I never thought that I'd be like that because I'm like, nope, you're not gonna convince me otherwise. But and I can't find anything that is like making me logically believe in it. But I can't shake the feeling of wanting to make sense out of the feelings and the weird things that are happening, and I guess I just need to let go that there's never going to be a scientific logical explanation for that kind of stuff.
Does it
And it's
look like
hard.
this, Danny, where it looks like, see how it looks like a little bird foot? How this is all connected as one piece instead of having separate sections.
So is that normal or not? That one.
This is the simian line. This is a transverse Palmer
Okay.
transverse line.
Hmm.
It could look like.
That's what mine looks like. Oh man, that's so freaking weird.
Can you see it here? So if we go down to if I get my,
how different would it make you if it's on the right hand and a left hand?
Well, one hand is supposed to be past, one is supposed to be present. So like your left hand's your past, your right hand's your present.
So if I have it on my left hand, does that mean that I was more like intuitive in my past life, or what's that? What do you mean, like past and future?
So Danny, this is what the M looks like. You see how this line?
What the heck?
Yeah, see, this is everybody's hand. This is a typical hand. You have a V and you have a 1.
Yeah, that's what my right hand looks like.
Right, your left hand is the one that looks different.
Right.
That's the first one you showed me when I asked you to see your hand. That was the hand you held up to me, was your left hand.
Right. Oh man.
So
and is yours the same hand?
So this is the headline and this is the heart line, and they're supposed to be separate. She said, that is my left hand. Right. So does your right hand look the same as your left hand, or does it look like the Palmer's crease, which is more one line straight across?
Yeah, like a M.
No, it'll look like just like a kind of like a V or a bird foot.
Right. No, the normal hand is the M, right?
The M, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to find another picture that was really close. See, that's like a normal hand. That's a normal hand. That's a normal hand. If I go back to, it'll look.
The lines on my right hand are not connected at all.
She'll have to send me a picture. I'm not sure what she means. Because one hand, the top, so the headline and the heart line typically aren't connected. That's normal. When they are connected, like this one is right here, that's the simian line.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is when you hold them next to each other, is there a visible difference, or do they both look the same, like identical? Like, how'd you say it? Mirrored. That's how. Yeah. That's how I was able to process it, because I was like, what? And then when you're like, put your hands together and look at them, and then when I did, it's very clear how different they are. Like I can't believe I'm as old as I am, and I've never realized that my palms were that different.
See, I've never even looked at them. I wish I could pull up this picture and this picture at the same time. See how this line is separate now from this line.
Yeah, almost like a little bird foot.
No.
Whoa. No, that's crazy. No, I'm looking at my hand. I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah, on this. Oh shit! Where'd it go? Damn it! Done lost it.
Right here. My god! When I cup my hand, it looks just like that.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was asking you.
Wow.
And what was it? Like 3% of the world's population has that palm print.
5, and then 1% has both.
Oh,
like
on
your
both.
son does.
Yeah, on both.
Do you want, I wonder how many people have it and never know it because of the fact that they just don't pay attention like me.
I don't know. I think doctors check it also when you're born. But the
Wow.
parakeet tribe thing that I sent you is really interesting. Did you remember the part where he said that's where this life was struck into you? The energy was through
Yeah,
your
that's
hand.
honestly like where I started like freaking out because I'm still not really there yet on the whole. If the God is just a way for government to control us, or like, I don't. Then I watched this video about the whole whatever that thing is in your brain. I'm going through some things, okay?
She's like on the blue Agamagala.
Yeah, the Abdullah Blagada, like what the
Yeah.
freaking, it was the Garden of Eden, and I'm like, that is the only thing in my life, honestly, truly, as I sit here right now, that I've ever watched or read or processed, that at the end of it, I was like, oh my God, that makes sense. And I've never done that on any Bible verse or any way that anybody that's tried to translate it or make me it's always, okay, well, that was just a bunch of gibberish, thanks for nothing. That made sense, and it made me uncomfortable. Like,
Aw.
I don't know, because it's like, then it's like my whole life is a lie, and I'm had enough of that. Like,
we're never gonna know until we pass on what's really here and what's not really here. I guess that's just how I have to look at it. Is I guess I'll find out at the end of the day.
it's just, it's
She goes,
weird
my
about
hands
this.
look wrinkled. Honey, you're too young to have wrinkly hands.
I'm probably got a new forehead wrinkle for sure.
Am I stressing you out?
No, I'm stressing myself out. Because I'm not the kind of I mean, it sounds good to just say, oh, just because, and just you don't think about it, and just it is I that saying that makes me like that makes me want to think about it and make it make sense even more. And I'm the type of person that's like, just give me enough time and enough resources, and I'll make it make sense. And I can't.
I'm telling you. Okay, ladies, it's getting late and I got to get to bed. I got to get up early in the morning these late nights. Young lady, keeping mama awake. Just kidding. You know I love it.
She said I can email you pics of her hands. What's your email?
It's Tainted Ink.
All lowercase.
Here, I'll type it out into chat. Hold on. Let me sit up. I was like resting out. I'm like my little lazy boy.
Oh my God, the sky's awake.
Oh no, don't tell me that.
I mean, I don't know if I'm ahead of you or behind you, but the sun is rising. The sky's awake, so I'm awake, so we have to play.
Oh man, it's almost 4 in the morning. It is awake there. That means it's like
6:44.
7. I was gonna say it's almost 7.
Yeah, my
Everybody
son's
left
gonna be
us.
in here.
We went from like 12 to 5.
My
Marzy's
son's gonna be in here
sleeping.
in a second. Do you want to build a snowman? The
Oh
sky's
yeah,
awake.
where is Salty? He's supposed to be out shoveling snow. He should be awake by now.
Is Marcy sleeping for serious?
I don't know. Marzy, are you sleeping? Did you fall asleep? We put her to sleep.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
Everyone says that being in our chat is typically really relaxing. I'm like, really?
Or really boring.
I wish I had a softer voice so it could be like, hi, how are you? I can't even fake it. I can't even fake like a soft voice.
I don't even know, like, no. I couldn't do it. Okay, she said she sent them.
Awesome. Thank you, honey. I'll take a look at them. But ladies, I'm going to jump off and I may jump back on tomorrow, but we'll see. I may need a day off, but it depends. Kaylee's like, no, you're getting on, then I'll probably be here. But we'll see.
Yeah. Isn't Ain't we got a hot date at the... Wait, what day is it? We got to go to Salty's, right?
Yeah, so we have
Okay.
Salty's
New Year's
New
Eve.
Year's ball bash.
Right. Okay.
Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. It's after
I'm in the
midnight. I forgot to
car,
say
so
it.
lighting is bad, and I had to use the flash, but yeah, I'm curious to know what it means.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off here so you can go look at her parakeet hand so she can be welcome to the tribe.
Welcome to the tribe, Danny.
I could just tell, like I could feel it. She's a witchy bitch.
And it's funny too, because it does look like a bird foot, and it's called the parakeet tribe. We got bird feet tribe.
I'm curious to know, so chime me in if you don't mind her sharing it with me, Danny. I'm gonna ask anyway.
Right?
Come on, Mom.
Okay, sweetie, you all have a wonderful rest of your nighttime hours while you have them. For some of you, daytime hours. Get some rest, and I will see you all this evening.
You'll probably see me sooner, but okay.
Okay, loves.
Toodles.
You all have a wonderful night. Night,
Yeah.
Danny. Sweet dreams to you too.